Chapter 95. The 28-line pair world ritual array. The ninth young master's expression suddenly changed as he stood up under a roof in the distance. Like everyone else, the ninth young master also felt startled by the ritual array before him. Everything in the innate puzzle world was still vivid in his mind. However, Gu Hai was just an innate realm cultivator. The ninth young master's 28-line pair world ritual array can be set up with spirit stones. What exactly did this Gu Hai learn from us? A subordinate exclaimed. Once the 28-line pair world ritual array appears, wouldn't that Luo Tiange? Shut up! The ninth young master barked with a sullen expression. The subordinates no longer dared to speak. In the distance, the pale Luo Tiange turned his head to look at the ninth young master. Then, he immediately saw the ninth young master's sullen expression. Luo Tiange's expression changed as he flew over again. The chain attached to his back suddenly flew out of his back. Rattle! As the chains flew out, they seemed to form a large net. Then, they grew even larger, and surging flames surged out. Fire dragon net, break it! Luo Tiange shouted. Rumble! The chain net quickly grew larger. Although Luo Tiange had chopped it off, it grew longer again. Overwhelming flames surged out of it again, looking like a large furnace descending from the sky and surging towards the ritual array. Boom! The flame dragon net clashed with the ritual array. Flames even larger than before surged into the ritual array. Humph! Did no one tell you? My ritual array is many times more ferocious than before. You are seeking death. Gu Hai's cold shout came from the ritual array. Xiang Yu is here. Scram! Another roar came from the ritual array. Then, a huge, ferocious general in the shape of a cloud appeared, holding a halberd as he chopped at the flame dragon net. The moment the halberd appeared, it immediately sent out a strong saber wind at the flame dragon net. Boom! Everywhere the halberd passed, it split everything in half. The flame dragon net immediately exploded. Ah! Luo Tiange immediately cried out in pain as the magic treasure pulled his attention. Xing! The saber wind from the halberd instantly sliced through Luo Tiange's chest. Luo Tiange did his best to defend himself. Pooh! Luo Tiange vomited a mouthful of blood. A large bloody wound appeared on his forehead, extending from his face to his chest and to his abdomen. Bang! Luo Tiange fell. He was covered in blood. Although this was only an external wound, Luo Tiange's entire body trembled. Just a little more, and he would have been struck. Pu. After vomiting 2 mouthfuls of blood, Luo Tiange struggled to his feet. He looked at the ritual array in horror but did not dare to charge in again. Hiss! Gasps could be heard all around. 28-line pair heavens and earth formation. It's too scary. The East Sea Pirate King who roamed the Thousand Island Sea was actually not a match for him. Even the Fire Dragon Lock and Fire Dragon Net were destroyed. Cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. Countless cultivators gulped. They rejoiced that they had not barged into the formation at the beginning. The great array regained its calm. The thick clouds made it impossible for those outside to see what was inside. In the interior. Earlier, Xiang Yu, who had condensed from the clouds, arrived at the deep abyss's entrance while holding his halberd. At the deep abyss's entrance, Montez glared at Xiang Yu with overwhelming rage on his face. At this moment, Gu Hai had already arrived above Xiang Yu's head. He controlled Xiang Yu's cloud beast and held his halberd as he coldly looked at the furious Montez in the deep abyss. Gu Hai! You! Good! Good! Very good! Montez roared in shock and rage. Division Master Meng, do you still remember what I said earlier? That Montez schemed against me, so I killed him. You are the one who organized the alliance to break the ritual array outside, right? If you did not scheme against me, why would I scheme against you? Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from the deep abyss. It was the barrier that Montez had just removed. The barrier vanished, revealing the mouth of the volcano. Above the mouth of the volcano, a blind old man imprisoned in chains seemed to have startled awake. My disciple, Montez, even you have a time when you get schemed against. Good scheme. Good scheme. Ha 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 ha. The old man guffawed. Montez showed a ferocious expression as he said, Old man, if not for your stubbornness back then, you would not have been imprisoned here. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. However, the blind old man, Wei Yang, smiled coldly. Imprisoned? My good disciple, if not for my stubbornness, you would have killed Feng Ling, Li Wei, and Yi Yao long ago, right? What a vicious ingrate. Why did I take in an evil creature like you back then? Do you want to undo this dragon vein seal? Are you trying to use Feng Ling, Li Wei, and the others to threaten me? It is useless. I understand you very well. If I told you everything, none of them would be able to live. I could only keep them alive by not telling you. Evil creature. Evil creature. Montez's expression changed dramatically. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai above. Then, he lowered his head to look at Wei Yang below. Humph. Old man, since you are so stubborn, I'll grant you your wish. Montez threw a palm strike at Wei Yang. Xiao Chen's palm strike looked like it would kill Wei Yang. Xing. Suddenly, Xiang Yu, the cloud beast that Gu Hai controlled, chopped down with its halberd. As the halberd chopped down, it charged at Montez. Huh. Montez's expression changed as he turned his head to counter with a palm strike. Boom. The impact immediately knocked Montez back. Gu Hai, do you really want to be enemies with me? Montez shouted while glaring. Division Master Meng, I already said that the Great Feng Mafia family is mine. Please scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Hai shouted while glaring. Then, he pointed the halberd at Montez again. Montez's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, his injuries had not healed yet. He was no match for the cloud beast, Xiang Yu. Good. Good. Very good. Gu Hai, if I can't have it, you can forget about getting it either. You are not qualified yet. Ha 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 ha. Montez guffawed as he immediately soared into the sky. Whoosh. Montez charged to the periphery of the ritual array and quickly flew out. Milord, why did you let Montez go? Gao Xianji asked anxiously at the side. However, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head, not explaining. The 28-line pair world ritual array was right. However, this ritual array drained a horrifying amount of spirit stones. Back then, Shaoqin could summon a vast army in the innate puzzle world because he could drive the laws of the world. Now, he only had spirit stones to support it. Not to mention a vast army, at this moment, Shaoqin only had enough spirit stones to materialize Xiang Yu. He could not even materialize the horse that Xiang Yu rode, much less the vast army. He did not have enough spirit stones. The 28-line pair world ritual array drained a horrifying amount of spirit stones. Soon, Shaoqin would run out of spirit stones. Gu Hai could not stop Montez. Walala. Shangguanhen and the others quickly cut off the chains on Wei Yang's body and rescued him. Gu Hai dismissed Xiang Yu for now. After all, supporting Xiang Yu drained a horrifying amount of energy. This humble Gu Hai greets old Mr. Wei. Gu Hai said solemnly. Wei Yang was already blind. After being rescued by Gu Hai, he bowed slightly and said, Many thanks, Mr. Good. Are my disciples still around? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He did not hide anything, simply recounting what he knew. What? Montez married Feng Ling. He killed Yu Yao. Li Wei is now a living dead. Wei Yang frowned slightly. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. However, Li Wei, I was wearing a mask at that time. I had no choice, Mr. Good, you don't have to say anymore. Although I am blind, my heart is not blind. Li Wei became a living dead because his heart died. Evil creature, evil creature. The letter I wrote to Li Wei was read by Montez in the end. Wei Yang said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai turned to look at the abyss. Now, he could see more clearly. There was indeed a pool of magma below. A golden dragon tail floated above the magma. On the dragon tail was a huge tortoise shell. The tortoise shell seemed to have a chessboard on it. It was this tortoise shell that sealed the dragon tail below. Not only that, but there was also a bone on the dragon's tail that was emitting traces of black gas. It was a bone that looked like a long and thin blade. The bone blade was inserted into the dragon's tail like a nail, making it unable to move. Old Mr. Wei, can you explain to me what's going on with the dragon tail, bone saber, and tortoise shell chessboard below? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Bone saber? What bone saber? Wei Yang felt slightly stunned. Huh? Gu Hai looked at Wei Yang in confusion. Wei Yang could not see. Gu Hai stared at Wei Yang for a while. After a long silence, he described the scene below again. Bone saber? That can't be, right? It didn't exist before. Could it be 10 years ago? Wei Yang's expression changed. 10 years ago what? 10 years ago, I was locked up like this. Due to the dragon vein, it was extremely hot below. However, suddenly, a cold wind blew. It was incredibly cold, and a cold wind appeared out of nowhere. It was like the gates of hell opened, and a voice came from the gates of hell, Wei Yang recalled. A voice? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. I thought it was an illusion. It looks like it was not an illusion. That voice said, the bone ancestor has already turned to dust. This world is mine. Ha 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 ha. Then, everything quickly returned to normal. The cold wind vanished as if it never happened, Wei Yang explained. Gu Hai's expression turned uncertain as he stared at Wei Yang for a while, trying to ascertain whether Wei Yang was telling the truth. That tortoise shell below is a seal. My great Feng Mafia family has sealed it for generations. Back then, the pavilion master left it behind. My great Feng Mafia family is responsible for guarding it, Wei Yang explained. Oh. The pavilion master. Is it old man Guanqi? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. My great Feng Mafia family's teachings state that the great Feng Mafia family disciples are not to steal. We have to wait for the fated person to appear, Wei Yang explained. Fated person? What do you mean by fated person? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. I don't know. The pavilion master did not say. Wei Yang shook his head. Is it to solve the Go puzzle on the tortoise shell? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. I don't know. However, I can't solve it, and neither can Montez. He thought that I could and wanted to force me to hand over the method to undo the seal. I could only pretend not to tell him. That was how I managed to survive until now, Wei Yang explained. Many thanks, Senior Mr. Wei, Gu Hai said solemnly. You saved Li Wei. There's no need to thank me. Can I go and visit my disciple, Li Wei? Wei Yang smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked at Wei Yang and remained silent for a while. Then, he nodded. Chen Tianshan, bring Senior Mr. Wei to visit Li Wei. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. After sending off Wei Yang, Gu Hai's group looked down at the deep chasm again. Chapter 96. Clack. 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 Gu Hai, Scar, Shengguan Hen, and Gao Xianji jumped into the deep chasm and landed on the tortoise shell. Then, They looked at the huge Go board above. The tortoise shell looked like it had been refined, becoming transparent like crystal. It had a dragon tail on one end. "Milord, we might not be able to capture this dragon tail," Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen in confusion. Everyone knows that the dragon vein is good. However, do you know how strong the dragon vein is? Even if you undo the seal, you will need sufficient strength to capture it. Furthermore, this is the dragon tail. Once the seal is undone, the dragon tail will immediately flee. The dragon tail possesses overwhelming power. You will not be able to do anything to it, Shangguanhen explained. What do you mean? Legate Shangguan, even Milord Xiang Yu Cloud Beast cannot do it? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. The dragon vein is not formed by 9-5 Island. It should be the entire 1,000 Island Sea. Only the countless sea regions and islands can nurture this dragon vein. Do you know how much strength is needed to capture this dragon vein? Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. How much? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. At the very least, you need the strength to hold up an island. Shangguanhen said solemnly. Hold up an island? 9-5 Island? Gao Xianji goggled. Shangguanhen nodded. However, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. The strength to hold up 9-5 Island? That is a 9-5 island the size of Earth. Shangguanhen's origins were very mysterious. It seemed like he knew a little about everything. Gu Hai did not ask in detail. However, he could tell that Shangguanhen was telling the truth. Gu Hai no longer cared about the dragon vein. Instead, he reached out to grab that bone saber. Buzz! The seal on the tortoise shell immediately blocked Gu Hai's attempt. Huh! Gu Hai's face sank. Everyone stretched out their hands to grab the bone saber but could not. The sealing power of the turtle shell was too strong. This sealing turtle shell belongs to Baxia. Shangguanhen said in a low voice. Baxia? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, and it's a dragonized Baxia. Baxia has the head of a dragon and the body of a tortoise. It has the bloodline of a dragon and can transform into a dragon, but it's extremely difficult. If Baxia consumes the dragon vein, Baxia will transform into a dragon, and then shed its shell. This tortoise shell was left behind by Baxia after it transformed into a dragon. Then, old man Guanqi refined it into this magic treasure. Shangguanhen affirmed. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Back then, when Shaoqin met the Baxia at sea, did it come to 9-5 Island because it sensed the dragon vein? Looking at the tortoise shell and then at the dragon vein, Gu Hai finally stared at the bone saber that was emitting traces of black gas. He looked at the chessboard on the turtle shell. 29 lines. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. The Go board on the turtle shell actually had 29 lines. Black Go stones were placed at the side as if waiting for someone to play. What a complicated Go board. Gao Xianji revealed a shocked expression. However, Gu Hai suddenly entered deep thought. To others, this Go board was incredibly profound. However, it was still within acceptable range for Gu Hai. He carefully examined it for close to half an hour. Good Go board, good ritual array. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he picked up a black Go stone and slowly placed it. Pa! A chess piece was placed down. Then, a white Go stone suddenly appeared on the turtle shell Go board. Clack! It seemed like someone was playing Go with Gu Hai. At the same time, in the Dragon Tortoise Palace, boom! A loud sound rang out as Chen Tianshan was knocked into another palace. Walala! That palace immediately crumbled. Legate, are you alright? The group of evil men immediately rushed over. Wei Yang, what are you doing? Chen Tianshan roared as he climbed to his feet from the rubble. At this moment, the blind Wei Yang grabbed the vegetative Li Wei and flew into the air. Tell Gu Hai that I thank him for saving me. Everything I said to him is true. However, you need to be careful when breaking the seal. You can only win, not lose. Lose a ghost stone, lose a life. Wei Yang shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wei Yang carried Li Wei and flew out of the ritual array. Lose a ghost stone, lose a life. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. No wonder Montez could not break the Go board. It was not that his Go skills were too weak but that he did not dare to play. Legate, are you alright? A subordinate rushed over. No, move aside. Oh no, Milord is in danger. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. He could no longer be bothered with chasing Wei Yang. Instead, he rushed to Dragon Vein Valley. Dragon Vein Valley, smack. Smack. Gu Hai placed Go stones over and over again. It was like the two sides were evenly matched, neither taking a Go stone from the other. Good go. A serious look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Clack. Gu Hai placed another Go stone. Milord, pick a Go stone. Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, Shao Qin picked up a white Go stone. Rumble. It was as if the seal had suddenly loosened a little. Suddenly, the dragon vein seemed to move slowly. It was as if there was a huge earthquake in the surroundings, slowly shaking. Milord, don't play Go. You will lose your life. Only then did Qin Tianshan run over. However, he saw that Gu Hai had already stood up and was no longer playing Go. As the seal loosened, the dragon vein could move slightly. Gu Hai got closer to the bone saber, now able to grab it. Although this Go game was rare, Gu Hai would not lose his priorities because of this Go game. Now that Shao Qin understood the Go game, he decided to grab the bone saber first. Now that Gu Hai could get close to the bone saber, he looked carefully. He saw spiderweb-like cracks on the bone saber. A bone saber that seems to have shattered. Is what Wei Yang said true? The bone saber shattered, and it recovered a little after absorbing the dragon vein's energy. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Qin Tianshan immediately jumped down. Milord. Wei Yang ran away with Li Wei. Qin Tianshan told Gu Hai everything while panting. I know. I let them go. Gu Hai said indifferently without turning his head. Ah. Qin Tianshan felt slightly stunned. How come I don't know? Do you think that Wei Yang would trust me after meeting me for the first time? Since he could survive Montez until now, he is not an ordinary person. However, I have no grudge with him. How about I let them go? He has a grudge with Montez. He can help me restrain Montez. Gu Hai explained. Ah. Qin Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Milord, be careful. This bone saber is very strange. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded and reached out to grab the bone saber. Buzz. Boundless black energy seemed to come out of the bone saber, strongly repelling Gu Hai. Rise. Boom. The bone saber seemed to weigh 500 kilograms as Gu Hai slowly pulled it out. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the underground dragon vein. Without the bone saber became more nimble. Rumble. The dragon tail struggled intensely, struggling against the seal, as if it wanted to escape. The surrounding lava splashed, and everyone quickly used their veritable energy to protect themselves. Ah! Gu Hai suddenly let out a painful cry. Milord, everyone exclaimed. However, they saw the bone saber's black energy encasing Gu Hai. An intense evil aura surged out of Shao Chen's body, preventing everyone from approaching. The instant Gu Hai pulled out the bone saber seemed to have a mind of its own and started to counterattack. Shing! The bone saber suddenly pierced Gu Hai's palm and entered Gu Hai's body from his palm. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Gu Hai's body. Bastard! Gu Hai quickly pulled out the bone saber with his left hand. However, the power of the bone saber was too great. It instantly charged into Gu Hai's body and entered his body. Gu Hai quickly sat down cross-legged, showing a horrified expression. The reason for that was because Gu Hai felt a consciousness running amok in his body. Keek keek keek. Brat, you are seeking death. I am absorbing the dragon vein to recover. How dare you disturb me? You have to pay the price for disturbing me. Eat you? Oh. What a strong foundation. What a good body. Let me replace your consciousness. Let me become you. Keek keek keek. A sinister voice rang out. That consciousness charged straight for Gu Hai's mind. Gu Hai's expression changed. He withdrew his consciousness and used all his strength to resist the bone saber's sinister intent. What a strong will. Mortal, you're not bad, but you've met me. Even if I've lost all my strength and my consciousness is extremely weak, I'm still not someone immortal like you can resist. I am God, in front of God, submit. The bone saber's evil voice rang out again. Boom. 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 The intense impact seemed to want to knock out Gu Hai's mind. Gu Hai resisted the urge to faint. This was the first time he realized that death was so close. If he had to do it again, Gu Hai would never pull out the bone saber again. Rumble. The bone saber's will was too strong. It broke through Gu Hai's layers of defenses and charged at Gu Hai's glabella. Boom. It was like a huge skull charging into Gu Hai's glabella space. It seemed like it would break through all of Gu Hai's defenses in an instant. Wang. Suddenly, the black chess piece hanging high in Gu Hai's glabella space emitted a dazzling black light and smashed into the skull covered in black gas. What? How can you have a spiritual treasure? If I were at my peak, this spiritual treasure would not be able to hurt me. No, how can you, immortal, have it? How can you have it? The skull covered in black gas suddenly roared. Boom. With a loud sound, the black gas smashed into the skull covered in black gas. It turned into countless skull fragments that floated in Gu Hai's glabella space. Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He immediately split off a strand of his consciousness and sent it toward the skull fragment. Whoosh! Gu Hai's wisp of consciousness quickly devoured the skull fragments. No, no, you can't devour me. My consciousness, I am the greatest bone ancestor. Even the gods can't do anything to me. I can't let a mortal devour my consciousness. It's impossible. No. An extremely weak voice came from the skull fragments. However, the skull was already shattered by the black chess piece. It could no longer resist and allowed Gu Hai's wisp of consciousness to quickly devour it. Rumble. That wisp of consciousness devoured the skull fragments along with the black gas. After that, it suddenly jumped out of Gu Hai's glabella space as if it had returned to a strange body. Gu Hai's body was still surrounded by black gas. No one could get close. Within the black gas, Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. The black gas came from his chest. At this moment, he tore open the clothes on his chest. Under his chest, the left side was pitch black. Gu Hai's heart pounded. He slowly touched the left side of his chest. Rib? I have an extra rib. Furthermore, I can feel that it seems to have become a part of my body. My consciousness can control this rib. Gu Hai's eyes widened. After gulping, Gu Hai extended his right hand as if he sensed something. CI. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the skin on Gu Hai's chest. The bone inside the chest pierced through Gu Hai's chest, and a sharp bone handle slowly emerged. Suppressing the horror in his heart, Gu Hai slowly pulled it out. Ka! 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 Shao Qin slowly pulled out a pitch-black bone from his chest. When the bone was pulled out, it automatically turned straight. Furthermore, an even more ferocious black gas surged out. Outside, Gao Xianji and the others were forced back by this black gas, screaming, "Ah! Pa!" They were all pulled out. One was a bone saber, a thin, 4-foot-long bone saber. The bone saber released surging black gas, looking extremely evil. There were also many cracks on it. It was the bone saber that Xiaoqun pulled out from the dragon vein earlier and drilled into his palm. However, at this moment, Gu Hai felt as if he was connected to the bone saber by blood, as if it was a part of his body. No, the strand of consciousness that he separated devoured the original consciousness of the bone saber. It seemed to have mutated and produced a new consciousness. However, this consciousness was under his control. It was a very strange feeling. Holding the bone saber, Gu Hai felt as if he could cut through everything with the saber. It was an unstoppable feeling, a feeling of fearlessness. Looking at his chest, Gu Hai slowly inserted the bone saber. Bzzz. Bzzz. The bone saber drilled into Gu Hai's skin and slowly seeped in, slowly turning into an imperceptible rib. Whoosh! Under the control of Gu Hai's consciousness, the black gas suddenly withdrew, instantly vanishing. The darkness on his chest also vanished. His wounds also strangely recovered. Aside from his clothes being torn, it was like nothing had happened. Gu Hai took a deep breath and looked around. The surrounding black gas vanished. The dragon vein struggled wildly, and lava surged into the air. The others had already left the deep cave and were waiting above. The black gas is gone. Milord. Milord, quickly come up. The volcano is about to erupt. Chen Tianshan exclaimed in joy. The black gas earlier was very horrifying. I felt like I saw a hell of white bones. An illusion. It really was an illusion. If I had not fled quickly, Scar revealed a horrified expression. Milord, why are you fine? Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai in shock. Bang! Xiaoqun leaped up and jumped out of the valley. Milord, are you alright? Where's that bone saber? Shangguanhen asked in surprise. Gu Hai looked at the group but did not explain. Instead, he lowered his head and looked down. Boom! 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 As the dragon vein struggled, the seal seemed to loosen. The surrounding mountains shook. Perhaps the dragon vein would break free of the seal soon. The dragon vein is about to break free? Scar said with a sullen expression. Inform everyone to leave this place immediately. Gu Hai said. Leave? Where to? Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Didn't you want to inform the Clear River sect to be on guard against the First Song sect? Now, let's return to the Clear River sect and my Gu residence. Gu Hai said. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 97. Boom! Montez suddenly flew out of the 28-line pair world ritual array. Countless cultivators immediately goggled as they watched. Luo Tiange held his injuries as he watched Montez fly out with a sullen expression. Then, he saw Montez fly to a small hut and carry his wife, Feng Ling. Then, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. He did not even look back, showing rage and dissatisfaction on his face. It's him. Gu Hai made use of me to scheme against him. Luo Tiange's eyelids twitched wildly as he felt resentful. The 9th young master sat under a roof, drinking tea as he watched everything in the distance. 9th young master, Luo Tiange seems to be injured, a subordinate whispered. However, the 9th young master ignored that subordinate. Instead, he looked at Montez and said with narrowed eyes, Gu Hai. What a good scheme. So, it was for this Montez. It looks like Montez fell for the trap. Did he undo the Pavilion Master's barrier? The Great Feng Mafia family? The Great Feng Mafia family's mission is over. Ah! Luo Tiange's subordinates appeared confused. Only the ninth young master understood the Great Feng Mafia family's mission. At this moment, he looked into the distance with sullen eyes. The pavilion master's schemes are far-sighted. Even if Gu Hai discovered the dragon tail, he should not be able to change anything. However, this person's potential is extraordinary. A light slowly flashed in the ninth young master's eyes. Ninth young master, are you interested in Gu Hai? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. Looking at all this, Gu Hai is indeed stronger than Luo Tiange. The ninth young master did not comment. Boom! Suddenly, another figure soared into the sky. Who is that person? Is he carrying Li Wei? Is that blind? I have never seen that blind person before. He can fly. Is he also from the Yuanying state? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Wei Yang carried Li Wei and flew away quickly. In the Yuanying state, normal cultivators would not dare to stop them. Luo Tiange showed a sullen expression as he watched Wei Yang fly away. At the start, Luo Tiange could have kept whoever he wanted. Now that Luo Tiange was injured, he could not do anything. He could only watch the situation develop in confusion. Ong! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the formation. Rumble! Suddenly, the center of the ritual array shook like an earthquake. Immediately, the ground around the Great Feng Mafia family shook. Dragon roar? Why is there a dragon's roar? This dragon's roar is even louder than that of the flood dragon. What happened in the array? Why is there an earthquake? The surrounding cultivators immediately revealed astonished expressions. The tremors did not stop. As time passed, the tremors grew stronger. Some of the more timid Xiuzhe kept retreating. What was happening inside the array? Countless Xiuzhe watched in bewilderment. Bang! All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, and the 28 heavens and earth formation shuddered violently. Then, the rolling clouds and mist quickly dispersed. Did the ritual array break? No, Gu Hai removed the ritual array. He removed the ritual array. What is Gu Hai trying to do now? Luo Tiange also goggled as he looked in the direction of the distant ritual array. Gu Hai was in an undefeatable position because of the ritual array. Why did he remove the ritual array now? Whoosh! A strong wind blew amid the torrential rain, scattering the clouds and mist. The first thing that attracted the attention of the outside cultivators was not the tremors but the countless corpses in the surroundings. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the place. The 20,000 cultivators had all died, not leaving a single one. Gasp! When the countless cultivators saw the corpse-strewn area of the Great Feng Mafia family again, they felt a chill. No matter who these 20,000 people were, this massacre made everyone want to stay as far away from Gu Hai as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gu Hai led the group, and the 3,000-odd evil men followed close behind. They slowly stepped over the corpses as they walked out. However, when they came out, the outside world fell silent. No one dared to underestimate Gu Hai anymore. Their earlier thoughts of snatching the century lifespan immortality peach vanished. The century lifespan immortality peach was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. How long had this Gu Hai been here? He had destroyed the entire Great Feng Mafia family and killed the 20,000 cultivators who came to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach. He was even more terrifying than the legend said, even more ferocious than the innate puzzle world. Furthermore, he had 3,000 murderous demons with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Gu Hai led the group out, the surrounding cultivators quickly moved far away. Gu Hai, to think that you actually dare to come out. Luo Tiange said coldly as he glared. As Luo Tiange spoke, his subordinates all drew their weapons and looked coldly in Gu Hai's direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3,000-odd evil men all drew their weapons and looked over with ferocious expressions. As Gu Hai looked at Luo Tiange, he smiled coldly and said, Mr. Luo, do you believe that I can lay the 28-line pair world ritual array again? Huh? Luo Tiange's pupils constricted. The earlier halberd had left a deep impression on Luo Tiange. Even Luo Tiange paused, showing uncertainty on his face. Upon seeing Luo Tiange hesitate, satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Then, he guffawed, ha 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 ha. Let's go. As Gu Hai laughed, it looked like victory was in his grasp. Then, he swaggered away with the 3,000-odd evil men. Along the way, the surrounding cultivators made way, not daring to get close. Luo Tiange held his sword and saber, showing an uncertain expression. However, he did not step forward. Not far away, under a roof, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Is everyone scared witless by Gu Hai? Even Luo Tiange was afraid of such a good opportunity. Ha! The group of cultivators sent off Gu Hai's group with their eyes. However, no one stopped them. They just watched as the group slowly disappeared into the forest, vanishing from everyone's sight. Roar! Rumble! Another rumble attracted the gazes of the people who were holding their breaths. Boom! Suddenly, a large mountain collapsed. Then, another large mountain soared into the sky. Roar! The dragon roar grew increasingly louder. Clumps of lava soared into the sky, turning into a rain of fire. What's going on? The countless cultivators exclaimed. If there was an earthquake, the mountain would collapse. However, how could a mountain rise from the ground? Roar! The dragon roar grew louder, and the surrounding ground shook even more intensely. Whoosh! Suddenly, everyone seemed to see a golden image soar into the sky. The golden image was 3 kilometers tall. When it charged into the dark clouds, the light of the golden image filled the sky. Rumble! As the golden image stirred, the dark clouds in the sky turned chaotic. Lightning flashed, and the sky above the Great Feng Mafia family turned increasingly chaotic. Storms and earthquakes worked together to attack the Great Feng Mafia family. The surroundings looked like the end of the world. All the Xiuzhe fled towards the outside in terror. A golden image? Is that the shape of a 3-kilometer-long tail? A golden tail? A dragon tail image? A dragon tail? What is that? Countless cultivators revealed shocked expressions. We should leave. There's nothing more to see. The 9th young master said indifferently. Yes. The subordinates answered. Then, they followed the 9th young master and slowly left. Luo Tiange did not care when the 9th young master left. This dragon tail had completely captured his attention. Dragon, dragon, dragon vein. A dragon vein. Luo Tiange exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue. Roar! The heavy sound of a dragon vein came from underground. At the same time, the Baxia suddenly stopped 400 kilometers to the west of the island. It seemed to sense something. Roar! The Baxia suddenly let out a loud roar. Rumble! The Baxia's speed instantly soared as it rushed in the direction of the Great Feng Mafia family. The group of ocean fiends had been opening a path at the front. However, the Baxia immediately left them behind. The Baxia went crazy. What's wrong with it? Why is the Baxia in such a rush? Where is it going? Look! Look! Quickly, look over there. In the direction of the Great Feng Mafia family. Quickly, look! Countless cultivators looked up. The Shenzhen Battalion disciples on the Shenzhen Battalion's flying ship high in the sky also goggled as they looked into the distance. Li Haoran's eyes widened as he saw a golden tail in the distant sky. It rushed into the clouds and stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. In that direction, lightning flashed and thunder roared, stirred up by the golden tail. It was extremely dazzling. A dragon vein tail. Quick, go there. Li Haoran glared. Yes. Rumble. The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Great Feng Mafia family. Where is that? Li Haoran roared while glaring. It's the Great Feng Mafia family. Battalion commander, it's the Great Feng Mafia family. A subordinate immediately shouted. The dragon vein appeared. Quick, get in front of the Bashya. Li Haoran ordered coldly. Yes. The subordinates answered. Rumble. The flying ship quickly flew past and soon overtook the Bashya. Even though the Bashya ran at full speed, it could not outrun the flying ship. Roar. When the Bashya saw the flying ship overtake it, it roared in rage. Immediately, countless lightning bolts crashed into the flying ship. Boom. A lightning bolt crashed into the flying ship's ritual array. However, the ritual array was strong and managed to block it. Whoosh! The flying ship overtook the Bashya and flew to the front. At the Great Feng Mafia family at this moment, countless cultivators gradually figured out what it was and rushed over. Scram! You bunch of trash, are you seeking death? Luo Tiange roared. Although Luo Tiange was severely injured, he still had the strongest cultivation. Even without the chains, he still had his sword. The moment he drew his sword, countless sword lights shot out, killing all the cultivators that approached. Boom! When Luo Tiange drew his sword, he knocked dozens of cultivators into the air. You bunch of trash, scram! The dragon vein is mine. Anyone who fights with me over it will die. Ha 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 ha! Luo Tiange laughed maniacally. Just as Luo Tiange was feeling excited after knocking back everyone, a sharp sound rang out from the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a golden arrow shooting towards them from afar. The arrow was ferocious, looking like a rainbow as it arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Tiange showed a ferocious expression as he swung his sword. This sword strike carried all his strength. The excitement of facing the dragon vein seemed to allow Luo Tiange to bring out even more strength than he could at his peak. Break for me! Luo Tiange roared ferociously. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Luo Tiange's manifested sword exploded along with his body. His body shattered, and a bloody mist filled the air. Ah! Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, startling them. They all looked at Luo Tiange in horror, who was pushing back everyone earlier. Luo Tiange exploded with one arrow. The largest part of Luo Tiange's body was only half of his head on the ground. Buzz! After the golden arrow exploded Luo Tiange, the remaining force stabbed into a mountain peak, leaving a small portion of the tail trembling outside. That was Luo Tiange. The East Sea Pirate King, who roamed the Thousand Island Sea for 100 years, exploded with one arrow. Everyone suddenly calmed down and turned to look in the direction of the voice with fear in their eyes. They saw a flying ship quickly flying over from the distance. A man in golden armor stood at the bow of the flying ship. He held a bow in his hand and looked coldly at the arrow that shot out. The Shinji Battalion? Li Haoran. Chapter 98. On the flying ship, Li Haoran destroyed the source of the chaos with one arrow. The surrounding cultivators immediately stopped. Satisfaction flashed in Li Haoran's eyes. He enjoyed the feeling of deciding the situation with one arrow. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Everyone, listen up. My Shinji Battalion is taking over this place. Everyone, move 50 kilometers away. A loud shout came from the flying ship. The countless cultivators in the surroundings felt a chill in their hearts. That was the East Sea's Pirate King, Luo Tiange. Luo Tiange could kill Golden Horn and Silver Horn, two strong existences of the Yuanying state. However, Luo Tiange could not withstand one arrow from Li Haoran. When everyone saw the golden arrow stuck in the stone wall, their hearts trembled. Roar! The gigantic dragon tail image was still struggling. However, that arrow extinguished the flames of desire in everyone's hearts. Then, they quickly retreated into the distance. Roar! Behind, the Bashya roared and sped up. The Bashya did its best to rush to the dragon vein. However, Li Haoran's flying ship arrived in the blink of an eye. When the Bashya looked down, it saw lava surging up. The 3-kilometer-long dragon tail was just an image. Furthermore, there was a more solid dragon tail under the lava. There was a tortoise shell on the dragon tail. A tortoise shell seal. The Bashya did not sense the dragon vein, but this tortoise shell, a Shinji battalion disciple exclaimed in shock. However, Li Haoran narrowed his eyes. It is just the dragon tail and not the dragon head? Milord, it is not the dragon head. We cannot collect it. Furthermore, this dragon tail seems to be on the verge of breaking free of the tortoise shell seal. A subordinate said worriedly. This tortoise shell has been refined. Is it an extraordinary treasure? Milord, the Bashya is charging over, another subordinate said anxiously. Li Haoran turned his head to look at the Bashya. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, be it the dragon tail or the tortoise shell seal, they are both mine. Evil beast, come. As Li Haoran spoke, he raised his bow again and aimed at the distant Bashya. Roar! The Bashya glared, showing a ferocious expression as it roared at Li Haoran. Rumble! An earthquake rocked the western region of 9-5 Island. The 9th young master led his subordinates to a mountain peak and looked coldly at the center of the chaotic battle in the distance. Li Haoran versus Bashya. The battle was fierce, and for a moment, muddy water soared into the sky. It was impossible to see what was going on inside, only the roars of Li Haoran and Bashya could be heard. The 9th young master is Li Haoran. What a powerful arrow! A subordinate said with a frown. The 9th young master sneered, it's not necessarily a good thing to be self-righteous. 9th young master, should we? There's no need for that. As long as he participates in the fight for the dragon vein, he will have entered the game. Li Haoran has entered the game. The trap left behind by the pavilion master. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he would never be able to escape. Let's go. The 9th young master sneered. Yes. In a mountain forest. Montez hugged the awakened wind chimes and stared at the rumbling battlefield in the distance. The Shinji battalion's Li Haoran, you are still so tyrannical. It has been 20 years since we last met. Montez's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gu hai. Humph. Very good. Very good. To think that you can play the 29 horizontal checkerboard that old man Guanxi left behind. Furthermore, you won a go stone. Good go skills. What great luck. If you had continued, you would have been the one to die. Humph. You can run once, but how many times can you run? Montez showed a ferocious expression. When Wind Chimes saw the ferocious expression on Montez's face, she gently helped Montez wipe his face. A complicated expression flashed in her eyes. In another mountain forest, Wei Yang descended with the vegetative Li Wei. He listened to the distant dragon roars and the sounds of a huge battle. Has it started? My great Feng Mafia family's mission is over. Pavilion Master, we have fulfilled your promise generation after generation. Since the dragon vein seal is undone, does that mean that the restrictions on us are gone? Does that mean that I have the right to fight for it? I know that this is a trap. However, I am willing to be Pavilion Master's pawn. Wei Yang sighed softly. Then, he turned his head and gently rubbed Li Wei's head, feeling for the tattoo. My disciple, Li Wei, I will wake you up. Your master needs you. Quickly, wake up. Wei Yang said softly. Gu Hai had already left with the 3,000 evil men. Gu Hai ignored the dragon roars and the sounds of explosions coming from behind. Milord, this dragon vein. Shangguan Hen said softly. Dragon vein? We do not have the ability to get our hands on it yet. Let's leave first. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shen Guanhen nodded. Milord, do you think Wei Yang can restrain Montez? Why did he? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. This pair of master and disciple are too scheming. They are not suitable for keeping by our side. Don't underestimate Wei Yang. Since he can nurture Montez, is he an ordinary person? He left a message in Li Wei's letter, saying that Feng Ling is a key. Don't let others read the letter. However, I believe that given Montez's ability, he has many ways to read this letter. Montez read it long ago. However, Wei Yang seems to have guessed it already. He wrote it very vaguely, hiding something from Montez, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. If Feng Ling is a key, I believe that Li Wei is a key as well. There are two keys. Montez does not know everything, Gu Hai said seriously. Li Wei too. Do you still remember that tattoo? Chen Tianshan showed an uncertain expression. Clearly, he was shocked by the scheming of Wei Yang and Montez. The 3,000 people left quickly. Along the way, they encountered countless venomous insects in the forest. However, everyone could protect themselves with veritable energy, so the venomous insects could not do anything to them. 10 days later, at the seaside, the 3,000 evil men temporarily set up camp. Starting from Gao Xianji, they started disciplining the evil men. However, Gu Hai silently dove to the bottom of the sea. Gu Hai caught a shark at the bottom of the sea. Then, he stepped on the shark with his left foot and pulled out the black bone saber with his right hand. The moment the bone saber appeared, it gave off strands of black, evil aura. Even though Gu Hai pressed the shark under his foot, it still struggled in horror. Bone saber. I can sense a thirst in you. What effect does it have? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Xing. The bone saber slowly stabbed into the shark's body, leaving only a small opening. Roar. The shark struggled in pain. Whoosh. Surging black energy immediately entered the shark's body from the bone saber. The surging black energy suddenly turned into small skulls the size of soybeans. Then, thousands of small skulls accompanied the bone saber. They entered the shark's body. Gurgle. Gurgle. In the blink of an eye, the small skulls consumed all the shark's flesh, leaving only the skeleton. Whoosh. Suddenly, the countless small skulls turned back into black energy and entered the bone saber. It was like they had never happened before. The bone saber seemed to have consumed some nourishing energy. Furthermore, 1,000th of this nourishing energy slowly returned to Gu Hai's body. Buzz. Gu Hai felt somewhat comfortable, and his eyelids twitched. This bone saber consumed flesh. It consumed energy to repair itself. This was because Shao Qin refined it. Of the energy it consumed, 1,000th would return to his main body. Furthermore, this 1,000th seemed to have been purified by the bone saber, making it extremely suitable for his needs. What an evil bone saber! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Shao Qin carefully checked the shark's bones. Not only did the shark's flesh and blood disappear, but even the bone marrow was extracted. All that was left was a pile of withered bones. Gu Hai took a deep breath and moved quickly at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, he saw a shoal of sharks in the distance. There were about 20 sharks swimming over. Gu Hai moved quickly at the bottom of the sea. Clang! 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 The bone saber sliced through the sharks. Wherever the bone saber left a wound, a large amount of black energy would appear. Small skulls condensed in the black energy and quickly consumed the shark's flesh and bone marrow. After they were all consumed, they turned back into black energy and returned to the bone saber. Caw! 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 20-odd shark skeletons fell to the bottom of the sea. When all the black energy entered the bone saber, it turned pitch black. Although there were countless cracks on the bone saber, it looked extremely evil. 20-odd sharks contained too little energy. 1,000th was even less. Gu Hai only sensed it subtly and did not see much change. This bone saber is too evil. Everywhere it goes, it leaves behind a sea of bones. There is no life force, only death aura. From today onward, you will be called Life Ender, the Life Ender Saber. Gu Hai said as he looked at the bone saber. Buzz! The black bone saber trembled slightly as though it was happy with its name. Shing! Gu Hai stabbed the Life Ender saber into his chest again. The Life Ender saber slowly entered Gu Hai's chest and turned into one of Gu Hai's ribs before slowly vanishing. If not for the withered skeletons at the bottom of the sea, it would seem like Gu Hai had never drawn the Life Ender saber. From today onward, my weapon is the saber. Gu Hai rushed to the surface of the sea. Bang! Soon, Gu Hai charged out of the sea and swam to the shore. At the shore, Gao Xianji trained the evil men. "Milord, you are back." Scar and the others came over and handed a towel to Gu Hai. "All right." Gu Hai accepted the towel and wiped his body. "Milord, this subordinate went to scout first." A huge change happened in the Great Feng Mafia family, and the battle ended. Chen Tianshan rushed over. "Oh." Gu Hai turned his head to look at Chen Tianshan. The dragon vein appeared. Li Haoran and the Baxia fought over the dragon vein. However, in the end, the dragon vein struggled free of the tortoise shell seal and entered the ground. Neither Li Haoran nor the Baxia obtained the dragon vein. As for the tortoise shell seal, it was swallowed by the Baxia, Chen Tianshan reported. The Baxia swallowed the tortoise shell seal? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. When the Baxia saw that it could not obtain the dragon vein, it started fighting over the tortoise shell and swallowed it in one gulp. That tortoise shell originally belonged to another Baxia. However, it was a great supplement to the Baxia. The Baxia's tortoise shell immediately gave off a golden light. When Li Haoran saw that he had lost the dragon vein, he felt frustrated and wanted to kill the Baxia. And then, in the end, the Baxia could not defeat Li Haoran on the shore. The 3,000 ocean demons that it brought all died to the Shinji battalion's arrows. Li Haoran wanted to kill the Baxia, but the Baxia was in an incredibly sorry state. It kept fleeing, and Li Haoran pursued it all the way to the shore. With the power of the sea, the Baxia finally managed to block Li Haoran. On land, the Baxia was not a match for Li Haoran. However, Li Haoran could not do anything to the Baxia at sea? Gu Hai asked. Yes. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, Li Haoran could only give up and return, Chen Tianshan explained. Gu Hai looked at the sea and nodded. This Li Haoran's martial prowess is truly outstanding. Milord, when are we continuing? Chen Tianshan asked. How long before we return to my Gu residence? Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Given our current speed, about half a month. Chen Tianshan explained. Inform everyone to prepare to eat and rest for 2 hours. After that, we will continue, Gu Hai said. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 99. 9-5 Island, Great Chin Nation, in a mountain forest, rumble. Arg! Arg! Don't come over. This has nothing to do with me. A series of fighting and miserable cries rang out. However, the fighting soon stopped. Dozens of bound cultivators were brought before Gu Hai. Chen Tianshan showed an extremely unsightly expression. Milord, do you still remember the war between the Chen nation and the Song nation? Back then, the reason for the war was the discovery of this spirit stone mine. Hence, the 2 sects agreed to compete in the mundane nations. In the end, Milord's plan to destroy the Song nation helped us achieve victory. In the end, This inferior grade spirit stone mine belonged to my Clear River sect. These are the First Song sect disciples. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dozens of bound First Song sect disciples. Speak. What happened to my Clear River sect? Why are you guarding this spirit stone mine? Chen Tianshan stepped forward and glared. We don't know. It was the sect master's orders. The First Song sect disciples immediately said. The First Song sect master. Song Pingsheng. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Where are the Clear River sect disciples guarding this place? Gao Xianji asked seriously. No. They were not here when we arrived. That First Song sect disciple immediately shouted. Everyone glared, and the evil men immediately stepped forward to interrogate him. However, there was still no result. Milord, something might have happened to the Clear River sect. Chen Tianshan showed an unsightly expression. Chen Tianshan, bring the Earth Legion to the Clear River sect and investigate the situation. I'll return immediately. If there's anything, look for me at the Gu residence. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Thank you, milord. Chen Tianshan said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. The Clear River sect master helped me greatly back then. Bring this group of First Song sect disciples along. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. Under Chen Tianshan's command, the hundreds of Earth Legion members quickly led the group of First Song sect disciples into the mountain forest. However, Gu Hai arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine. There was a cave here. Traces of chiseling could be seen on the walls of the cave. Low-grade spirit stones seemed to be embedded in the walls. Milord, this is the lowest grade spirit stone mine. It is also the most troublesome spirit stone mine. It needs to be slowly and carefully excavated to extract the spirit stones. Otherwise, if the force is too great, not only will the mountain collapse, but the spirit stones will also shatter. The shattered spirit stones are worthless. Scar explained. Check the surrounding spirit stones and take them away. Wait for me outside the cave. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone quickly tidied up the spirit stones. However, Gu Hai reached for his chest and slowly pulled out the Life Ender saber. Who? The moment the Life Ender saber appeared, it gave off a black aura. As for spirit stones, can you also consume spirit energy? Give it a try. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Xing. He stabbed the saber into the mountain. Who? All of a sudden, black smoke surged out of the Life Ender saber and drilled into the mountain wall. Whoosh! 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 More and more black smoke surged into the spirit stones in the mountain. Ka! 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 The spirit stones embedded in the mountain immediately turned into dust. The surging spiritual energy surged into the Life Ender saber. Soon, the black smoke returned to the Life Ender saber. Clearly, the black smoke had drained all the spirit stone's spiritual energy. Ka! 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 The spirit stones in the mountain crumbled, and the mountain shook. Xing! Gu Hai pulled out the bone saber, and a strong force charged at him. Buzz! Gu Hai's body trembled slightly, but his cultivation did not break through. Aren't there too few spirit stones? Gu Hai sighed. 1,000th of the spirit stones in a spirit stone mine was not enough for him to break through one stage. Whoosh! Gu Hai put away the Life Ender saber. Slowly, Gu Hai walked out of the cave. Crack! The instant Gu Hai walked out of the cave, the mountain, which had lost the support of the spirit stones, crumbled. The surrounding evil men revealed shocked expressions. Let's go. There is a horse farm in the town ahead. We can ride for at most 3 days before we reach my home, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The group looked at the crumbling mountain before quickly leaving with Gu Hai. Gu residence, Hulao Pass. Gu Hai had not returned yet, but news from the great Feng Mafia family arrived. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators who were waiting for the heir to appear opened their mouths in shock. You are joking, right? Gu Hai subdued 3,000 evil men. What did you say? Gu Hai destroyed the great Feng Mafia family. That's impossible. The Heavenly Saber Death Match is the 28-line pair world ritual array. How could it be set up on 9-5 Island? Gu Hai forced the Yuanying state to not dare to approach. You are lying. Damn it. Do you take me for a fool? Gu Hai killed 20,000 cultivators just like that. For a time, countless cultivators were on tenterhooks. Their original confidence seemed to be slowly wearing away. When the news of the great Feng Mafia family's tragedy spread, no one believed it at first. How could that be possible? Everyone asked around. More than half a year ago, Gu Hai was still an acquired realm cultivator. How could he be so capable? However, this was not something one cultivator said. Many cultivators said it. Some were even close friends. There was no need to lie to them. Gu Hai destroyed the great Feng Mafia family. Gu Hai defeated the Yuanying state. Gu Hai killed 20,000 cultivators. Gu Hai still had 3,000 evil men as subordinates. The many pieces of news stunned many people. Are we just waiting for a rabbit to appear? However, the one that returned was not a rabbit but a tiger. Capture Gu Hai and snatch the century lifespan immortality peach. However, one needed to be alive to do so. This Gu Hai killed without blinking. He killed more than 20,000 people in the blink of an eye. Some people already started to think of retreating. However, some people's eyes turned red. My sworn brother died in the Heavenly Saber Death Match. I want to take revenge for my sworn brother. My junior brother died in the ritual array as well. Gu Hai, since you killed my junior brother, I'll kill your son. Countless cultivators felt furious. However, Gu Hai's massacre was too brutal. Hence, the furious cultivators did not dare to take the risk. Just because they wanted to snatch Gu Hai's peach, Gu Hai killed 20,000 cultivators. If they captured Gu Hai's son, would they incur boundless revenge from Gu Hai? 20,000 cultivators littered the ground with corpses. When piled up, they would be as tall as a mountain. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they thought about it. Their anticipation of Gu Hai slowly turned into fear. The atmosphere around the Gu residence turned strange. Those who wanted revenge were also somewhat hesitant. It was as if they were waiting for someone to summon them to attack together. Moonlight shone on the Gu residence. At this moment, the Gu residence had expanded significantly, and countless new buildings had been added. The most special one was a circular building that looked like a city gate tower. At this moment, Gu Qin and Gu Han stood at the top of the city gate tower, enjoying the night wind as they looked into the distance. The surroundings of the city gate tower were extremely spacious, with many flowers and trees planted. Gu Qin and Gu Han held onto the railing as they looked around, listening to the reports from their subordinates. Good. Adoptive father is returning. He killed 20,000 cultivators. The people waiting outside my Gu residence should be frightened out of their wits, right? Gu Han guffawed. Gu Qin also said happily, adoptive father is returning. Furthermore, he is returning with 3,000 evil men. Those people's thoughts of waiting for him to return will be dashed. However, big brother, some people outside are getting restless, Gu Han said with a frown. Gu Qin looked outside and said in a deep voice, since foster father's news has come, he should be back soon. Don't worry too much. We just need to hold on for a short period of time. Besides, this place is a giant fortress built according to foster father's method. It's not something they can trespass. Gu Han nodded and smiled. How about we learn from adoptive father and hang a sign outside? That's fine. Trespassers will die. Guqin said with a smile. Early the next morning, the cultivators around the Gu residence startled awake as they looked in the direction of the Gu residence's fort in shock. A sign had been hung in front of the fort at some point in time. The Gu residence already has a ritual array. Trespassers will die. Nearly all the cultivators were stunned when they saw this sign. What kind of joke is this? A ritual array? Do you think this is the Great Feng Mafia family's 28-line pair world ritual array? Only Gu Hai knows how to lay that. He learned it in the innate puzzle world. The Gu residence cannot have it. There is no fog at all. We can see everything clearly. How can there be a ritual array? Many cultivators did not believe it. No, they could not believe it. Could this be any more fake? We can see everything clearly. Where is the fog? Where is the ritual array? However, even so, many cultivators did not dare to take the risk. After all, the story of the Great Feng Mafia family was too scary. 20,000 people, not leaving a single one alive, slaughtering them all. Was there really a ritual array? Some of the cultivators who wanted to take revenge hesitated. This continued until a group of 100 white-clad cultivators walked over from a distance. First Song sect disciples. Why are they here as well? Someone exclaimed. However, they saw the leader of the First Song sect disciples coldly looking at the Gu residence before him. A cultivator quickly leaped out of the group. It seemed like he had been waiting here for a long time. That cultivator stepped forward and said respectfully, "Martial Uncle Bai, why are you all here? Where are Guqin and Gu Han?" The leader of the white-clad cultivators asked. "Ah. The sect master has orders to capture Gu Hai's two adopted sons, Guqin and Gu Han," the leader said coldly. "Ah. Martial Uncle Bai, this disciple has been waiting here since 3 months ago. I have been paying attention. Guqin and Gu Han are in that strange city gate tower. However, there is a sign hanging outside that seems to be dangerous," that person said cautiously. As the group spoke, they arrived outside the bunker area. Many cultivators in the surroundings turned their curious gazes over. First Song sect disciples. They are here to capture Guqin and Gu Han. Those who barge into the ritual array will die. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. A bunch of people who are not even in the innate realm want to use this to threaten us? The leader said coldly. That's not it. Martial Uncle Bai, I heard that Gu Hai hung this sign in the Great Feng Mafia family as well. That person said somewhat worriedly. The leader's eyelids twitched. Naturally, he had heard about the Great Feng Mafia family. The sect master sent him to capture Gu Hai's sons because of the news from the Great Feng Mafia family. However, this place seemed boundless. How could there be a ritual array? What a joke. Where is the ritual array? Are they trying to threaten us? It is one thing for Gu Hai to threaten us, but these two brats dare to do so as well. The leader snorted coldly. Refusing to believe it, he gathered the First Song sect disciples and prepared to barge into the bunker. On the bunker, Guqin and Gu Han received the news as well. At this moment, they stood on the city gate tower and narrowed their eyes as they watched the noisy group in the distance. Big brother, are they going to test the ritual array? Gu Han asked seriously. If they are capable, then come. A cold light flashed in Guqin's eyes. Chapter 100. Guqin and Gu Han placed their hands on the railing at the top of the fort as they watched the First Song sect disciples approach with cold gazes. A gentle breeze blew at the surrounding grass. There was nothing in the way. Look! Martial Uncle Bai, it's them. It's them. Guqin and Gu Han, the First Song sect disciple from earlier immediately shouted. The First Song sect disciples looked up and saw the two brothers above the fort. Men! Take them down, the First Song sect disciples' leader shouted coldly. Yes, the group of First Song sect disciples immediately answered. Although they still worried about the words on the signboard, there was nothing before them. How could there be a ritual array? Everyone was relieved. Then, the group of First Song sect disciples followed the First Song sect disciples into the Gu residence. Look! They went in. There are no traces of spiritual energy at all. Gu Qin and Gu Han, those two liars. Although the First Song sect disciples' leader entered the Gu residence, they remained cautious. They kept an eye on the fort to prevent arrows from shooting out. Nothing. Martial uncle, those two kids are liars. Ha ha ha. Martial uncle, watch me capture them. I'll do it. The group of First Song sect disciples immediately guffawed. Just at this moment, the First Song sect disciples' leader's expression suddenly changed due to the cold smile on Gu Han's face. Kacha! Suddenly, it sounded like a First Song sect disciple stepped on something. The sound of flint striking rang out. Flint! Hong! A loud sound rang out among the First Song sect disciples. Suddenly, there was a big explosion, which made the noisy Xiuzha on the outside tremble, and they all retreated with a change of expression. What's going on? Why did it explode? Ah! First Song sect disciples. 10 odd First Song sect disciples were blasted into the air as the crowd exclaimed. Their arms and legs immediately broke, and blood splattered everywhere. Thick smoke surged from the center of the explosion, and flames shot everywhere. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. 10 First Song sect disciples died, and another 10 were injured. The severely injured disciples curled up on the ground, hugging their broken arms and legs with horrified expressions. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding cultivators suddenly fell silent. Whoosh! 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 What ritual array is this? It will explode. Whoosh! 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 Martial Uncle Bai and the others, however, retreated. Their expressions were ugly. Martial Uncle Bai, there really is an array formation. A First Song sect disciple said with an unsightly expression. In the distance, on top of the fort, Gu Qin and Gu Han wore gloomy expressions. We didn't bury enough gunpowder. Gu Han frowned. Forget it, there's a lot of gunpowder buried around here, let's blow it up slowly. Let's go, we should go. Gu Qin nodded. Gu Han nodded. Then, the two of them slowly walked into the fort and disappeared from everyone's sight. The group of First Song sect disciples remained silent for a while. They treated the injured, not daring to approach for a long time. After a long while, someone looked at Martial Uncle Bai again. Whoosh! Whoosh! What should we do? A First Song sect disciple exclaimed. Enter again. Protect yourselves with veritable energy. Then, we will enter again. Spread out and enter from different directions. Capture those two. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yes! The group of First Song sect disciples surrounded the bunker. Then, the First Song sect disciples gave the order. Enter! Whoosh! 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 The group of First Song sect disciples immediately charged in. Kacha! Hong! Kacha! Hong! Kacha! Hong! Loud explosions rang out around the Gu residence, one after another. The explosions shook the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. The First Song sect disciples used their veritable energy to protect themselves. However, they still screamed miserably as their arms and legs were blown off. It was a tragic sight. As the explosions continued, the Gu residence's surroundings seemed to shake. The ground shook, and this shaking seemed to trigger some hidden explosives. Kacha! 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 Countless flints from the earthquake suddenly ignited all the gunpowder in the surroundings. Hong! A loud sound rang out as the Gu residence's surroundings exploded. Even with veritable energy protecting their bodies, the explosions still blasted the first Song sect disciples into the air. More importantly, the explosions also contained countless shards of metal. Shards of metal pierced through a large number of first Song sect disciples in an instant. Arg! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out in the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust slowly scattered, all that remained was a wasteland filled with injuries. The intense explosion had caused 20-odd First Song sect disciples to lose their ability to move, covering the ground with injured people. Everyone's faces were covered in soot, showing ferocious expressions. Guqin! Guhan! You brats! I'm going to kill you! Whoosh! Whoosh! Search! Capture them! Whoosh! 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 Boom! With one punch, Martial Uncle Bai punched through the fort. The 51st Song sect disciples charged in furiously. In the outside world, countless cultivators swallowed as they watched this scene. It's over. Guqin and Guhan are going to be caught. We can't escape. The crowd of cultivators seemed to have already announced Guqin and Guhan's death sentence. After all, the two of them had just reached the innate realm. Martial Uncle Bai, no. Martial Uncle Bai, I don't have it here either. Martial Uncle Bai, I don't have it here either. Shouts could be heard from the bunker. Martial Uncle Bai said with a gloomy expression, impossible, I saw them just now. The group of First Song sect disciples rushed in together. Indeed, Guqin and Guhan disappeared. It was not just the two of them. Even the Gu residence's servants in the fort disappeared. Where is he? Martial Uncle Bai held back his anger as he searched quickly. Sir, there's a basement here. Someone suddenly shouted. Hu Long Long. A group of people ran to the basement's door. Martial Uncle Bai's eyelids twitched. I finally found you. Are you going to come out on your own, or do we have to help you? Little brats, scram out here, the group of First Song sect disciples roared. Gunpowder filled the basement on the other side of the basement's door. A flint was connected to the door. Open it. Martial Uncle Bai shouted. Martial Uncle Bai, could it be? A First Song sect disciple asked worriedly. Buzz. Everyone used their veritable energy to protect themselves. Martial Uncle Bai stepped forward and gently pushed. Crack. The sound of flint striking rang out. Oh no. Martial Uncle Bai roared. Hong. A loud sound rang out as the entire bunker exploded. A mushroom cloud seemed to form around the Gu residence. Countless rocks shot out in all directions, injuring many of the cultivators watching from the periphery. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again. Smoke billowed out from the bunker, raising everything to the ground. Countless cultivators goggled at this scene. Guqin and Guhan perished together with the First Song sect disciples. Perishing together? That's too ruthless, right? Countless cultivators gulped. When the dust settled, a huge crater appeared. The group of First Song sect disciples could no longer move. Most of them were already dead. Only Martial Uncle Bai, whose cultivation was higher, was not severely injured. His entire body was charred black. How can this be? How can this be? Martial Uncle Bai looked around in confusion. Was the 101st Song sect disciples that Xiao Chen brought completely wiped out? An underground tunnel. Martial Uncle, there's an underground tunnel. A severely injured first song sect disciple pointed weakly not far away. Indeed, due to the huge explosion, an area had caved in. However, the caved-in area was an underground tunnel. An underground tunnel? An underground tunnel? Guqin and Guhan already fled? This was a trap to lure everyone into it. Nearly all the 101st Song sect disciples fell into the trap. Bastards! Come out! Guqin, Guhan! Get out here! I'm going to kill you! Martial Uncle Bai nearly went crazy. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the distance. Many people turned their heads to look and saw 2,000-odd soldiers galloping towards the Gu residence. Who said that they want to kill my son? Suddenly, a furious shout came from the 2,000-odd soldiers. This furious shout was like a clap of thunder. The explosion caused countless Xiuzhe to quiver. Everyone turned their heads to look. Rumble. The 2,000-odd horses did not slow down. All the people on the horses wore black clothes and showed ferocious expressions. Before these people arrived, they already gave off a murderous aura. The one in the lead was a black horse. Gu Hai sat on the black horse, glaring furiously as his long hair fluttered in the wind. Scar, Gao Xianji, and Sheng Guanhen followed behind. The 2,000-odd ferocious evil men did not stop to rest. They finally arrived at Hulao Pass and returned. Rumble. As the horses galloped, the surrounding cultivators moved aside. They all stared at Gu Hai, who was at the very front, not knowing how to express their emotions. Originally, these people were here to capture Gu Hai. However, no one dared to step forward now. They looked at Gu Hai, the innate realm cultivator at the very front. However, this innate realm cultivator gave off a feeling that he was even more horrifying and dangerous than the Yuanying state. Everyone dodged in all directions, avoiding the path of the horses. Rumble. The 2,000-odd soldiers arrived at the Gu residence in the blink of an eye. Amid loud rumbles, the 2,000-odd evil men surrounded Martial Uncle Bai and the surviving First Song sect disciples. The black-clad Martial Uncle Bai glared at the 2,000-odd evil men before him. These evil men stared at him ferociously as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. That horrifying pressure felt like mountains pressing down on him. Seated on the black horse, Gu Hai pulled on the black horse's reins. He held a whip in his hand as he coldly pointed it at Martial Uncle Bai. Were you the one who said earlier that you wanted to kill my son? Gu Hai asked in a cold tone. Chapter 101. Seated on the black horse, Gu Hai pulled on the black horse's reins. Then, he held a whip in his hand and pointed it coldly at the Bai elder across him. Were you the one who said earlier that you wanted to kill my son? Gu Hai asked in a frosty tone. The 2,000-odd evil men reined in their horses and glared ferociously at the Bai elder in the center. As long as Gu Hai gave the order, they would charge forward and tear the Bai elder to shreds. Countless cultivators held their breaths as they watched the sudden change in the atmosphere. The surroundings fell silent. The many cultivators rejoiced that they had not charged over with the evil men earlier. Otherwise, they would be trembling in fear now. Most of the 101st Song sect disciples were already dead. The surviving ones were severely injured and could not move. They lay there and watched as Gu Hai pointed his whip at the Bai elder. I said that I would not come. I said that I would not come. Sect Master, save us. Spare us. We will not dare to do it again. The surviving First Song sect disciples cried out weakly. In the distance, the Bai elder showed an extremely unsightly expression. You all did not play by the rules. After you beat the young, the old came. I have not beaten up your young one yet. I have not beaten up your 2 sons yet. Half a year ago, the Bai elder had followed the First Song sect master and seen Gu Hai. Back then, he was an ant that the Bai elder could crush with his pinky finger. Now, Gu Hai pointed a whip at the Bai elder's nose. Gu Hai's son had killed nearly 100 of the Bai elder's martial nephews. Yet, the Bai elder still had to be threatened. Gu. Mr. Good. The Bai elder said with an unsightly expression. Were you the one who said that you wanted to kill my son? Gu Hai showed a sullen expression. At this moment, Gu Hai did not want to let this matter rest. Many people were watching. Gu Hai wanted to give everyone an impression that anyone who dared to target him or his family would have to pay a heavy price. Yes, but I did not. The Bai elder still wanted to explain. Profound Legion, kill. Gu Hai shouted coldly. He did not give the Bai elder a chance to beg for mercy. Ka! 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 Many of the Xian division's evil men immediately knocked their bows. Mr. Good, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Master Bai said anxiously. Release. Scar coldly shouted. Bang! Hundreds of arrows rained down on martial Uncle Bai. The arrows carried their own aura and were exceptionally ferocious, as if they would turn martial Uncle Bai into a sieve in an instant. Hundreds of sword rainbows shot over in a dense formation. Countless Shouja on the outside felt a chill in their hearts. If it was them, they definitely would not be able to stop it. Martial Uncle Bai was finished. Martial Uncle Bai slashed his sword in a certain direction, and a large amount of sword chi rushed out. Boom! After the violent collision, a large number of arrows rained down. However, there were simply too many arrows, and Martial Uncle Bai could not defend against them all. Gu Hai, you, roar. Master Bai glared at Meng Hao in shock and anger. Boom! Suddenly, Martial Uncle Bai's hair turned scarlet. An evil scarlet aura surrounded him. Then, his hair suddenly changed. Every strand of hair turned into a small snake. The small snakes could merge. In the blink of an eye, the hair turned into hundreds of long red snakes. When Martial Uncle Bai opened his mouth, the snakes danced around, growing incredibly long as they charged at the rain of arrows. Roar! 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 The small snakes on Martial Uncle Bai's head roared ferociously as they crashed into the rain of arrows. Boom! Martial Uncle Bai knocked aside a large number of arrows. However, a few snake heads snapped off and fell to the ground. Shing! 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 When the snake heads fell to the ground, they gave off sizzling sounds and gave off evil scarlet aura. However, they did not turn into hair. Instead, they were snake heads that slowly withered. Whoosh! The countless surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. Martial Uncle Bai's eyes have become so evil. His long hair has turned into a red snake. It's so disgusting. What a heavy evil aura. Why did his hair turn into snake heads? There are so many snake heads. Countless cultivators watched this scene in horror. The expressions of the 2,000-odd evil men changed. Even Gu Hai showed shock. Crack! 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 The countless snake heads on Martial Uncle Bai's head twisted quickly as they bared their fangs at Gu Hai and roared. Hair turning into snake heads. Roar! Martial Uncle Bai roared and immediately charged in a certain direction. It seemed like Martial Uncle Bai wanted to use his ferocious appearance to scare away the surrounding evil men and take the opportunity to flee. Hundreds of red snakes grew on Martial Uncle Bai's head, fluttering in the wind. No, they brandished their claws and roared ferociously. However, Martial Uncle Bai was charging in the direction of Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji also felt horrified. However, she glared and said, "Don't let him escape. Release the arrows." Roar! The group of evil men roared. Bam! 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 Arrows flew out one after another. The experience of the evil men was not something that ordinary cultivators could endure. Although they were startled by the snake heads in the beginning, they quickly stabilized themselves. Kill! After the arrows, the group of evil men grabbed their weapons and charged at Martial Uncle Bai. Boom! Martial Uncle Bai was surrounded by the scarlet evil aura. His strength seemed to increase exponentially. He swung the sword in his hand, sending out manifested swords at the group of evil men ferociously. Roar! The group of evil men quickly cooperated and surrounded Martial Uncle Bai. Crack! 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 The snakes danced about as Martial Uncle Bai's white sword surged. Martial Uncle Bai was immediately surrounded, resisting with all his might. Gu Hai sat on his horse, looking coldly into the distance. This is the first song Sex Elder Bai. I heard that he had been stuck at the second layer of the Golden Core realm. His current strength. Gu Hai said seriously. His strength is indeed much stronger than before. Furthermore, that head of snake heads. Scar said with a frown. Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at Scar. Scar's expression changed. Then, he immediately shouted at his subordinates, "Kill him! Take down this demonic genius!" Rumble. Scar quickly charged into the battlefield. Shing! Suddenly, an evil man in the distance swung his sword and chopped off Martial Uncle Bai's right arm. Ah! Martial Uncle Bai screamed miserably. With his right arm chopped off, Martial Uncle Bai's strength decreased significantly. Kill! Boom! A Golden Core Realm evil man suddenly charged forward and chopped off Martial Uncle Bai's head. No! Martial Uncle Bai roared in despair. However, his head had already flown into the air. Boom! The battle stopped. The group of evil men surrounded Martial Uncle Bai. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression as he got off his horse and slowly walked to that Martial Uncle Bai's head. The surrounding cultivators felt curious, wanting to get closer to see what was going on. However, no one dared to get close to the evil men. When Martial Uncle Bai's head fell to the ground, a scarlet evil aura surrounded it. The snake heads struggled in pain for a while before finally going limp. Then, they slowly fell silent. Martial Uncle Bai's head did not turn into hair. It was just a withered snake head. The evil men's eyelids twitched. Speak! What happened to him? Gao Xianji questioned a first song sect disciple who was still alive. I don't know. We don't know, the group of first song sect disciples, who were struggling at death's door, shouted in horror. Hair turned into hundreds of snake heads. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. "Milord, this person has already been spirit assimilated," Shangguan Hen said from the side. Oh. You know. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. The group of evil men also looked at Shangguan Hen. Yes. This subordinate has seen such cases in the past. This person should have been spirit assimilated and is no longer human. He is half human, half spirit, a kind of monster. Shangguan Hen nodded. Half human, half spirit monster. Gu Hai stared at Shangguan Hen. Yes. A spirit ate his human soul and infused it with spirit essence blood. The spirit essence blood modified his body and replenished his spirit, turning him into a new human soul, Shangguan Hen explained. Oh. The heavenly soul comes from heaven, the earthly soul comes from reincarnation, and the human soul comes from the inheritance of one's parents. A spirit ate the human soul and replenished his spirit. In other words, he is no longer a human's descendant but a spirit monster's descendant. However, he was formed after birth, so he is half human, half spirit. Scar exclaimed from the side. Monster. Gu Hai stared at the head full of snake heads. A spirit monster's essence, blood and spirit are extremely precious. They will not easily replenish others. Furthermore, a great spirit monster that can spirit assimilate a person is an extremely strong existence, at least in the Yuanying state. Based on the appearance of his head, it looks like a snake spirit assimilated him. Shangguan said with a frown. What's different after spirit assimilation? Aside from the earlier transformation, what else? Gu Hai stared at Shangguan. His temperament is like that of a spirit monster. That scarlet aura earlier is the aura of a spirit monster. After transforming into a spirit monster, his strength can increase 5-fold for a short time. That is incredible. Furthermore, these snake-type monsters like spirit monsters like to eat people's hearts and livers, Shangguan said seriously. Ah. No wonder. On my way here, 2 of my junior brothers died for no reason, losing their hearts and livers. We thought that they were eaten by spirit monsters. It turns out that they were Martial Uncle Bai. Martial Uncle Bai. The first song sect disciple on the ground looked at the monster head of that Martial Uncle Bai in horror. Gu Hai's pupils constricted as he looked at that Martial Uncle Bai's head. His expression turned sullen. Martial Uncle Bai spirit assimilated? Is it just him alone, or are there many people in the first song sect? Burn it. Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes, the group of evil men answered. Adoptive father. Cries of pleasant surprise came from not far away. It was Gu Qin and Gu Han leading a group of subordinates towards Gu Hai. Everywhere they passed, no cultivator dared to block them, opening a path for them. When Gu Hai saw his 2 adoptive sons coming over, he revealed a faint smile. Greetings, adoptive father. Gu Qin and Gu Han bowed respectfully when they arrived. Greetings, master. The group of Gu resident servants also bowed excitedly. The servants had clearly seen their master's might earlier. When the countless surrounding cultivators saw their master, they all showed fear in their eyes. Is everything going well at home? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Gu Qin smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Han beat him to it. Adoptive father, don't worry. Everything is going according to adoptive father's arrangements. The construction in the surroundings is rather fast. As there has been some danger recently, Big Brother and I moved to this fort. Earlier, that explosion was really powerful. The first song sect disciples were very arrogant earlier. In the blink of an eye, they all exploded. Ha 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 ha. Gu Han felt excited. However, Gu Qin said calmly, adoptive father, everything is fine. However, there are many cultivators with ill intentions nearby. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he turned his head to look around. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were still looking at Gu Hai with anticipation. I am about to lay a ritual array. Those who enter without bowing will be killed without mercy. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Wow! The surrounding cultivators immediately goggled. Chapter 102. I am about to lay a ritual array. Those who enter without bowing will be killed without mercy. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. They goggled as they looked at Gu Hai. Laying a ritual array. Laying a ritual array. The earlier ritual array was still vivid in their minds. Of course, while that ritual array kept exploding, it was still within the cultivator's tolerance. Now, Gu Hai was going to lay a ritual array. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. The 28-line pair World Ritual Array. A ritual array that destroyed 20,000 cultivators. The countless cultivators shivered. Some of the more timid ones already started retreating outside. However, Gu Hai no longer bothered with the surrounding cultivators. Instead, he looked at the evil men. Gao Xianji, you will lead the Heaven Legion and patrol the Gu residence's surroundings for now. Kill anyone who dares to barge in without notice. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Gu Han, you will assist Gao Xianji in pointing out the patrol area. At the same time, deal with the remaining first song sect disciples, Gu Hai said as he looked at Gu Han. Yes. Adoptive father. Gu Han answered. Gu Qin, you will help the others settle in. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Adoptive father. Gu Qin answered. Gu Hai slowly made arrangements for the evil men. After more than half a year of continuous construction, the Gu residence grew increasingly larger. However, Gu Hai still liked his soaring pagoda. After returning, Gu Hai took a hot bath. After feeling refreshed, Gu Hai took out a large number of spirit stones. Then, he started laying a ritual array. The evil men helped bury the spirit stones and started laying a ritual array. Whoosh! Suddenly, white fog soared into the air, slowly encasing the Gu residence's surroundings. Let's go. Gu Hai is laying a ritual array. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. It must be the Heavenly Saber Death Match. It's the 28-line pair World Ritual Array. The cultivators quickly retreated to the periphery. After all, Gu Hai was infamous for setting up formations. On the soaring tower. Gu Hai looked down at the large array shrouded in clouds and mist, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Outsiders would not be able to see what was going on inside, but standing on the top of the tower, the eye of the formation, they would be able to see everything outside. Foster father, is this the 28-line pair worldly array or the Heavenly Saber Death Match? Gu Qin looked around in surprise. Neither. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. Setting up the array requires a huge amount of spiritual stones. These spiritual stones are far from enough. Gu Hai shook his head. Then what is this formation? Gu Qin was surprised. Empty fort strategy. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. Gu Qin's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Adoptive father is wise. With the Heavenly Saber Death Match and the 28-line pair World Ritual Array, the cultivators of the outside world might not dare to take the risk. Gu Hai nodded. In a mountain forest far away from the Gu residence, whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, Chen Tianshan was being carried on a stretcher, rushing through the mountain forest. Cough. 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 Quickly go in that direction. The Gu residence is in that direction. Cough. 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 Chen Tianshan coughed as he pointed into the distance. It was not just Chen Tianshan. A large number of severely injured evil men were being carried on stretchers as they rushed through the forest. Legate, why is your clear river sect like this? Why did they ambush us? An evil man asked with an unsightly expression. Cough. 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 Traitors. They are traitors. They betrayed my Clear River sect and colluded with the First Song sect disciples. Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Legate, let's kill our way back, a few evil men said while glaring. No. Don't go back. Chen Tianshan cried out weakly. Milord, this subordinate cannot swallow this. In this ambush, 300 of us were injured, and 15 died. When have we ever suffered such a huge loss? That evil man said while glaring. I know. Cough. 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 I know that I am not very capable. I did not see through their scheme. I am afraid of everything. I am not as smart as Gao Xianji. I am not as ferocious as Scar. I am not as mysterious as Shengguan Hen. However, I know how to fear death. Cough. Cough. I fear death. I mentioned this to Milord before, but Milord did not mind. Instead, he told me to maintain it. As I fear death, I do not wish to take the risk. 15 of us have already died. I do not wish for more to die. Let's report this to Milord. Milord will take revenge for us. Chen Tianshan said weakly. Ha! The evil men showed unsightly expressions. The Clear River sect is already destroyed. Ha ha ha. The sect is destroyed. In the end, we came too late. With an inside and outside cooperation, the Clear River sect now belongs to the First Song sect. The sect master's whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is unknown. Is the hall master of class 1 hall imprisoned? First Song sect master, Song Pingsheng, you, how bold of you. Chen Tianshan said weakly. Why is the hall master of class 1 hall imprisoned? What is Song Pingsheng trying to do? I don't know. Quick, follow this path and go straight to meet Milord. Quick. Chen Tianshan said weakly. Yes. The evil men showed unsightly expressions as they quickly ran into the distance. Gu residence, there was a small valley beside the Gu residence. At this moment, a fog shrouded the valley. Outsiders did not dare to approach. The small valley was very quiet. A small stream flowed through it, and azalea flowers grew around it. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter the valley to avoid disturbing the peace. At this moment, Gu Hai entered the small valley with a box of food. After passing through the azalea flowers, he stopped before a small grave. A stone stele stood before the grave. It looked very unremarkable, like an ordinary grave. The words on the stele read, "The grave of my beloved wife, Chen Xian, Gu Hai held a box of food in his hand as he looked at the stele, remaining silent for a while. After a while, Gu Hai gently opened the box of food and slowly took out plate after plate of pastries. Steamed mung bean cakes. Secret purple potato glutinous rice cakes. Red bean paste cakes. These are all things you like. I have not personally made them for you for more than half a year. Look, have my skills deteriorated? Gu Hai smiled sadly as he looked at the stele. Then, he slowly sat down and leaned against the stele. Xian, this old man is back. Gu Hai sighed softly. As Gu Hai leaned against the stele and looked up at the sky, he felt much more relaxed. Before others, he appeared very dignified and ferocious. However, when he sat before the stele, he seemed to have let down his guard, turning into a child. Do you see it? I have become younger. I no longer look like an old man. I've already reached the 7th layer of the Xiantian realm. I've told you that if others can cultivate, so can I. I've done it, and it's getting better and better. I'll reach the Golden Core realm as soon as possible, and reach the Nascent Soul realm as soon as possible. I'll become stronger and stronger, and those who trampled on us will no longer have a chance. I'll avenge you, and I'll slice off the flesh of those who killed you one by one. Gu Hai's tone was very calm, but his eyes were filled with determination. You don't have to worry about me. I will live well. I will live better than anyone else, better than our enemies. I already have some clues. Back then, they might have come to 9-5 Island to search for the dragon vein. However, no one found it. I will slowly find them. My wife, my lover. Gu Hai picked up a piece of mung bean cake and ate it. As he ate, he looked around. After a while, Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. A few months ago, I heard a piece of news in the innate puzzle world. Humans have 3 souls, heaven, earth, and man. After you die, the heavenly soul returns to heaven, and the earthly soul reincarnates. The human soul stays by the grave. Is your human soul there? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Gu Hai asked softly as he ate the mung bean cake. I miss you so much, Xian, 2 streams of tears rolled down Gu Hai's cheeks. Gu Hai muttered softly as he leaned against the stele. After some time, Gu Hai leaned against the stele and slowly fell asleep. A voice seemed to appear in Gu Hai's dream again. My husband is an unparalleled hero. He saved an entire nation's citizens. My husband is a great philanthropist who saves the people in distress. Husband, this puppy is so pitiful. Husband, I want to give birth to a baby for you. My husband is the most incredible. He can protect me. With my husband around, no one will bully me. The voice in Gu Hai's dream was a memory of the past. Gu Hai replayed it again and again as he leaned against the steel. Even when he fell asleep, his tears did not stop. Rumble. A group of evil men carried Chen Tianshan and a large number of evil men to the Gu residence. The journey was smooth. Although many people wondered why the evil men ended up in such a state, no one dared to stop them. Inside the Gu residence, Legate Chen, how did you end up like this? Gao Xianji looked at the injured Chen Tianshan in shock. Where is milord? Quickly, bring me to milord. Chen Tianshan said anxiously. The four legates gathered, with Gu Qin and Gu Han at the side. Chen Tianshan felt very anxious. Legate Chen, my father is currently mourning his late mother. No one is to disturb him. Gu Qin said solemnly. Ah. But this is extremely dangerous. Chen Tianshan said anxiously. You can tell us first that my father is mourning his late mother. No one is to disturb him. Even Big Brother and I are not allowed to get close, Gu Han explained. Late mother. Milord has a wife. Scar said in shock. However, Gu Qin and Gu Han did not mention anything. Everyone understood from their expressions that they should not ask. Everyone turned their heads to look at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan, what happened? Shang Guanhen asked with a frown. Ha! We ran into an ambush. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. You ran into an ambush when you returned to the Clear River sect, everyone exclaimed. Several days later, at a pavilion in the Clear River sect, the first Song sect master, Song Pingsheng, listened to his subordinates' report. Gu Hai is back. It looks like Elder Bai failed. Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes. Elder Bai even transformed at that time. However, those evil men still killed him. A subordinate behind Song Pingsheng said respectfully. Humph. Trash. I told him to go as soon as possible, but he insisted on putting on a show. Humph. Song Pingsheng snorted coldly. Sect master, those evil men, Li Wei is trash. That is why those evil men destroyed the great Feng Mafia family. If it were in the past, I would have been worried. Now, what is there to worry about? You can all transform now, and the rest are still in the process of being modified. Do you still need to fear them? Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes. This subordinate worried too much. How's the interrogation? Song Pingsheng asked seriously. There is still no news. We used many methods of torture, but the Clear River sect master is very stubborn and refuses to speak, that subordinate said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. We need to force that monk's location out of him. Otherwise, he will be a problem for me. Yes. Chapter 103. The Gu residence, in a large hall. After paying respects to his deceased wife, Gu Hai returned. His empty mind was once again enveloped by layers of might. He wore embroidered robes as he sat in the host's seat in the hall. Gu Qin, Gu Han, Gao Xianji, Scar, Sheng Guanhen, and Chen Tianshan sat on either side of Gu Hai. Gu Hai sipped his tea as he listened to Chen Tianshan explain everything with a frown. At the start, you arrived at the Clear River sect. Then, the Clear River sect disciples lured you to a valley. After that, the Clear River sect and First Song sect disciples surrounded you. As you fled, you saw the First Song sect master and 15 Earth Legion disciples die in an ambush? Gu Hai said seriously as he sipped his tea. Yes. 300 odd of us were injured, and we were pursued along the way. However, my Earth Legion is made up of elites. Unless Song Pingsheng personally attacked, he would not be able to hold us back. Later, as we fled, we captured a Clear River sect disciple. After interrogating him, we learned that Song Pingsheng had been plotting to destroy the Clear River sect since he returned from the Great Feng Mafia family. The sect master's whereabouts are unknown. Even the elite hall master was captured, Chen Tianshan said bitterly. Where are the captured people? Gu Hai asked seriously. I brought them back. I did not kill them. Milord, please wait. Chen Tianshan immediately ran out of the hall. Soon, several evil men escorted an azure-clad man into the hall. Let me go. Martial uncle, I was forced to do this as well, that azure-clad man begged as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he turned his head to look at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen nodded and stepped forward. When he reached that azure-clad man, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly extended his hand to tap that azure-clad man's head. Boom! Suddenly, a large amount of scarlet energy came out of that azure-clad man's body. The azure-clad man's eyes suddenly turned red. Walala! His long hair suddenly turned into small snakes. Ah! The expression of the evil men escorting him changed dramatically, nearly letting go. Bang! Shangguan Hen suddenly tapped that azure-clad man's forehead. That azure-clad man suddenly trembled, and the small snakes on his head drooped. His entire body went limp. What's going on? On his head? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in horror. This person probably knew that he wouldn't be able to escape even if he transformed, so he had been hiding it all this time. Ha! Shangguan Hen sneered. It looks like that Elder Bai is not the only one whose spirit transformed. Many people in the first Song sect should have been spirit transformed as well. Even the people who submitted to them were spirit transformed, Scar said with an unsightly expression. How were you demonized? Who else? Gao Xianji asked directly. I. The man looked at everyone in horror. If you don't speak, you'll die. Gao Xianji said coldly. I'll tell you, but I don't know. Master wanted to join the first Song sect, so he brought us to the first Song sect. At that time, I did not know what was going on. Later on, I fainted. When I woke up, I discovered that I had been modified. I could transform. I could no longer turn back, that person said in horror. You were modified in the first Song sect. That means that the Great Spirit should be in the first Song sect. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Even if they worked together from the inside, the Clear River sect could not have been destroyed in one day. Did the sect master not resist? Chen Tianshan exclaimed while glaring. I'm not sure. That day, Master brought Song Pingsheng and a black-robed man into the Clear River sect's protective ritual array. Then, he poisoned the sect master, the various martial uncles, and the elite hall people. At first, they did not feel anything. However, when the black-robed man waved his sleeve, surging red fog covered the entire Clear River sect. Everyone was poisoned, that person said softly. The Clear River sect master and the elite hall master were captured. Now, they are imprisoned in the Clear River sect. What about Venerable Lun Yen? Gu Hai asked seriously. Others might not notice, but Venerable Lun Yen was not to be trifled with. Gu Hai had interacted with him before. He would not make such a mistake. I don't know. Venerable Lun Yen is not there. I don't know where he went. Song Pingsheng is still interrogating the imprisoned Clear River sect disciples, that person whispered. Venerable Lun Yen left? Gu Hai asked seriously. Are you saying that all the Clear River sect disciples are still alive? Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. That person lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Tianshan. Speak. Chen Tianshan said while glaring. They are all basically dead. Song Pingsheng said that if they could not get Venerable Lun Yen's location, there was no need to continue living. So. That person whispered. Killed them all? Chen Tianshan suddenly sat down. More or less, that person whispered. However, Shangguan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you kill them or eat them?" "What?" Chen Tianshan goggled at the side. "What does that mean?" "Eat them." That person lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "Legate Shangguan, what do you mean?" "Eat what?" Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. "I'll explain to you later." Shangguan looked at that person again. "Where is the elite hall master?" "Why did you capture the elite hall master?" "I don't know." However, that black-robed man brought the elite hall master back to the first Song sect. Song Pingsheng stayed behind to continue interrogating the Clear River sect master. That person whispered. "Black-robed man? That great animal spirit, right?" Gu Hai gently tapped the table with his finger. "Adoptive father." Earlier, Song Pingsheng sent people to capture us brothers to threaten adoptive father. This time, Legate Chen and the others escaped. Perhaps, Song Pingsheng will come here personally soon. He probably captured adoptive father not just to take revenge for the Great Feng Mafia family but also to silence you, Gu Han said with a frown. "There is no need for him to come." "I will go," Gu Hai said seriously. "Division Master Gu, I already said what I need to say. I was forced to do this. I will definitely be a good person in the future. Please let me go, Division Master Gu," that person said in horror as he knelt. Xing. At the side, Shangguan stepped forward and pierced that person's forehead with his sword. "You." That person only managed to utter a single word before falling silent. "Drag him away. Burn him." Shangguan said seriously. "Yes." The evil men escorting that monster immediately dragged him away. "Legate Shangguan, perhaps." Chen Tianshan said, feeling some pity. "Legate Chen, don't listen to him. After he's spirit transformed, he could no longer turn back. Eating humans is just a matter of time," Shangguan said seriously. "Eating humans? What do you mean?" Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. "After being demonized, they will have some instincts to eat something from humans. I've seen people demonized by bat demons have an extreme desire for human blood. They can't control themselves. They are called vampires, half human, half demon. They are abandoned by the heavens. They enjoy human blood and use it to strengthen themselves. Their existence is like a demon. As for the person in front of you, he is a person who has been demonized by a snake demon. He has a strong desire for a human's heart and liver. Don't believe his words. When he sees a human's heart and liver, he will immediately pounce on it. Do you think we should release such a demon? Eating people's hearts and livers? Then, my Clear River sect disciples." Chen Tianshan goggled. "You guessed right. A cultivator's heart and livers are naturally great nourishment to them," Shangguan explained. Chen Tianshan's scalp immediately turned numb. As he looked in the direction of the monster being dragged away, he no longer felt any pity for it. Spirit eating humans is evil. Humans eating humans is a demon. Such demons need to be killed. Shangguan said with certainty. "Milord, Song Pingsheng should not be here soon, right? After all, Milord's ritual array is infamous. The Yuanying state will not be able to gain much from it, right?" Gao Xianji asked as she looked at Gu Hai. Gu Qin, who was at the side, showed some worry on his face. This was because only Gu Qin knew that the ritual array outside the Gu residence was just an empty fort. "Gu Qin." Gu Hai said sullenly. "Present." Gu Qin immediately answered. "Bring over an empty visitation card." Gu Hai said. "Yes." Gu Qin left quickly and soon returned with an exquisite visitation card. Gu Han immediately went to the side to prepare a brush and ink. However, he saw Gu Hai pick up the brush and write the words, "Declaration of War," on the visitation card. Then, he opened the visitation card and continued writing. "Anyone who offends my elite hall is an elite hall disciple. Everyone has the right to kill them. Song Pingsheng, in a few days, I will lead 3,000 Elite Hall disciples to the Clear River sect and fight to the death with you. Elite Hall, Water Division, Gu Hai. Whoosh. Xiaochen gently blew on the ink, waiting for it to dry. Clack. Gu Hai closed the declaration of war. Everyone watched from the side, but no one said anything. Gu Han. Gu Hai said sullenly. Present. Do you know who is a first song sect disciple among the people in the surroundings? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Gu Han. Adoptive father, rest assured. This Hulao Pass is filled with our people. Those cultivators who stayed in the 4 restaurants were recorded and sent over. There is a total of 3 first song sect disciples stationed here to monitor my Gu residence. Gu Han nodded. That's right. Hand this declaration of war to a first song sect disciple and have him hand it to Song Pingsheng. Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes. Gu Han carefully received the declaration of war and immediately left the hall to make arrangements. Milord, are we really going to the Clear River sect? When are we leaving? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. After all, although the Clear River sect was destroyed, the Clear River sect master was still imprisoned. Furthermore, the grudge of the destruction of the Clear River sect filled Chen Tianshan's heart with boundless hatred. We are not going to the Clear River sect. Gu Hai said sullenly. Ah. We are going to the First Song sect. Gu Hai said sullenly. The First Song sect. That's right. I wrote this declaration of war to Song Pingsheng only to stabilize him, so that he cannot act rashly for now. I need to buy more time for us. Save Long Wanqing first. Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes. Chen Tianshan could only answer. During the war between the Chen and Song sects, I helped Chen Liangyi conquer a large territory. He should still listen to you, right? Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Of course. He only managed to secure the throne in the Chen nation because of me. How dare that brat not listen to me? Chen Tianshan glared. It's good that he listens. Immediately send a message to him. Have him prepare 100 blank imperial edicts. We need them all stamped with the imperial seal. Do it quickly. Gu Hai said. 100 blank imperial edicts stamped with the imperial seal. Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. I want to temporarily take over the Chen nation. Use the imperial edicts to command the world. I will fill in the contents of the imperial edicts. Go quickly. Gu Hai instructed. Ah. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. Chapter 104. Merchant City, Chen Nation, giddy up. Giddy up. Rumble. A group of armored cavalrymen galloped outside Merchant City, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. At the city gates, Merchant City's city lord led some people to send them off respectfully. City lord, who are these people? To think that you would personally send them off? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. These are the Emperor's Imperial Guards. They are going to the south to handle some matters. They even brought the Emperor's Imperial Edict. Cut the crap. The city lord snorted coldly. Oh. The cavalrymen galloped quickly. The generals were unfamiliar. However, a group of people hid in the center of the cavalrymen. These people were Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Sheng Guanhen. Milord, now that we are disguised and heading south, we should be able to hide from the First Song sect disciples, right? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. There's no need to worry. Since we can come out, no one will discover us. Furthermore, we are now the Chen nation's Imperial Guards. With the Imperial Edict in hand, no one will suspect us, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. How much longer before we reach the First Song sect? Gu Hai asked seriously. 5 days. In another 5 days, we will see the first Song sect. Chen Tianshan said with certainty. Right. Do your best to find Long Wanqing first. Gu Hai nodded. Giddy up. The group of horses galloped quickly. After another 3 days, the group arrived outside a small town. "Milord, this small town is very quiet," Gao Xianji said, his expression changing. "You know them?" Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji. "Yes. This subordinate already led an army and camped here for some time. There are several thousand people in this small town. It should be bustling with activity. Why is there not a single person here?" Gao Xianji said in surprise. "Search," Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The 3,000-odd evil men quickly spread out and started searching house by house. However, there was no trace of anyone. "My lord, there is no one." Gao Xianji frowned. "Let's settle down first and send people to patrol the area. We'll set off tomorrow," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. "Yes." Everyone answered. Gu Hai and his group temporarily set up camp. The evil men rested until midnight. Then, a sound came from outside Gu Hai's door. "Sir, there's news," Gao Xianji shouted from outside the door. "Who?" Gu Hai immediately got up and opened the door. However, he saw a travel-worn evil man with an anxious expression. "Milord, we found the people in this small town. They are in the valley in front." However, that evil man said with an unsightly expression. 2 hours later, the 3,000 evil men and Gu Hai arrived above a huge valley. Everyone laid on their stomachs and looked into the valley. He saw that the valley was brightly lit. About 500 commoners were tied to the ground in a disorderly manner, their bellies disemboweled. About 100 white-clad men and women were laughing maniacally at this moment. Scarlet energy surrounded these people, and their hair turned into snake heads. Crack! 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 The snake heads gave off cracking sounds as they grew longer. Then, they drilled into the chests of the commoners and gnawed at their hearts and livers. The scene was extremely horrifying. The 500 commoners had all died. Before they died, they showed despair and horror on their faces. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't. "Ha ha 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 ha. First senior brother, let me offer you a toast. First senior brother, it is because of you that our batch was placed at the front to undergo the transformation. I feel like my entire body is filled with energy. First senior brother, this feels great. In the past, I did not even dare to see blood. Now, I feel like the human heart is the most delicious thing in the world. With one bite, all the pores in my body open up. No, I feel that the human livers are delicious. Human hearts. Human livers." First senior brother, the others were sent to the sect. It is all thanks to first senior brother that we managed to keep these 500. This meal was really satisfying. I still want to eat. What should I do? We'll go look for more tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Let's go again. The group of demons below laughed maniacally as they drank. Is this a bonfire party? Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched wildly. Eating humans? A feast for eating humans? In the past, this great me felt disgusted just by eating a rat. These fellows are actually eating humans? Anger flashed in Scar's eyes. First Song sect disciples. They are all First Song sect disciples. Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Half human, half spirit. They have the bodies of demons. They will become increasingly addicted to eating humans. It looks like that small town will not be able to escape this calamity. Shen Guanhen sighed softly. Gu Hai stared at the valley below, his eyelids twitching wildly as well. Reveling in eating humans? Ha! A ferocious look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. "Milord. Kill, then. Just leave a few alive for questioning," Gu Hai said with a cold light in his eyes. "Yes." The group of evil men immediately drew their bows and arrows. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a shout came from the valley. "Fire!" Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom! In an instant, 3,000 arrows were shot down. "Arg! Arg! Arg! Arg!" Miserable shrieks immediately rang out in the valley. "Quickly run! Quickly run! Save us! Fire again! Bam! Bam! Bam!" Another volley of arrows rained down. After the arrows were shot, the group of evil men charged down with their weapons, charging at the first Song sect disciples. At this moment, only 10 odd of the 100 first Song sect disciples could still move. However, so what if they could move now? The 3,000 evil men waited. Even though their strength had increased 5-fold, they still faced 10 evil men each. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, only 10 remained alive. "Who are you?" "We are first Song sect disciples." "Do you want to die?" "Let me go. Let me go." The 10 begged for mercy. However, the evil men's gazes had already turned into deep disgust. Gu Hai's group slowly entered the valley. "Scar. Present. Bury these 500 ordinary people's corpses." Gu Hai sighed softly. "Yes." Scar answered. The group of Profound Legion disciples quickly went to dig a hole. After they finished digging, they collected the ordinary people's corpses and slowly buried them. Gu Hai watched this group of cannibalistic first Song sect disciples coldly. Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan were in charge of interrogating them. "We don't know. We were unconscious at that time. When we woke up, we were modified. More than 1 month ago, the sect master returned from the Great Feng Mafia family with a black-robed man. We don't know, either. I did not eat people in the past. However, when I see people now, I cannot help wanting to eat their hearts and livers. We did not want to do that either. Please spare us." During the interrogation, this group of first Song sect disciples did not dare to hide anything. "Where is the elite hall master being held?" Gu Hai asked seriously. "We don't know. We really don't know." The first Song sect disciples said anxiously. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at this group of half-human, half-spirit monsters. Then, he said coldly, "Gao Xianji, do what you did to the Great Feng Mafia family. Get them to tell us everything they can. Ask them about the first Song sect's terrain and everything they know." "Yes." Gao Xianji answered. By the time dawn arrived, the first Song sect disciples had gotten all the answers they needed. Gu Hai also obtained a map of the first Song sect's interior. "Milord, the first Song sect has a protective ritual array. Everyone who enters and exits has to verify their identity. Furthermore, although Song Pingsheng is no longer in the sect, there is still that mysterious black-robed man, no, that mysterious snake spirit overseeing the first Song sect." Chen Tianshan said worriedly. "We need to rescue the elite hall master, Long Wanqing." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." "Milord, what about these half-human, half-spirit monsters?" Gao Xianji asked. Gu Hai looked at it coldly and said, "Burn it together with the other monsters." "Yes." "No. Spare us. We won't dare anymore," the monsters begged for mercy. However, no one pitied them at this moment. Eating humans? They deserved death. Xing! 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 After dealing with the first Song sect disciples, Gu Hai's group continued on their way. Along the way, the 3,000 evil men showed incredibly sullen expressions. As they approached the first song sect, nearly all the towns and villages were empty. The surrounding ordinary people had been brought into the first song sect. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The first song sect. Were they really unbridled and unbridled? How many people are they going to eat? When they reached a deserted place, everyone removed their armor and returned to their original attire. Then, they rushed through the forest. After another day, everyone stopped and looked into the distance. Boundless clouds and multicolored light covered a large region in the distance. Some first song sect disciples could be seen moving in and out. Not far away, groups of ordinary people were whipped into the first song sect's ritual array in a valley. "My lord, this is the first song sect. The protective ritual array is the gold armor water crystal ritual array. It is incredibly tough. Even if 100 Yuanying state cultivators attacked together, they could not break it. It is the strongest protective ritual array in 9-5 Island." Chapter 105. First Song Sect. At this moment, dark clouds covered a valley, giving the place a sinister atmosphere. A group of First Song Sect disciples in spirit-transformed form moved 100 unconscious people into a small blood pool in the valley. Then, they soaked in the blood pool, revealing only their heads. After doing all this, the spirit-assimilated cultivators looked respectfully at a black-robed man. This black-robed man had dark skin and cold eyes. There was a saber scar near his left eye, looking exceptionally ferocious. "Primogenitor, this is the last batch of sect disciples. The blood pool is already filled with human blood. They are already unconscious, waiting for primogenitor to transform them," a spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. The black-robed man nodded and walked to the side of the blood pool. Then, he slowly stepped on it. Just like that, the black-robed man stepped on the blood pool's surface as if he was standing on flat ground. Slowly, the black-robed man walked to the center of the unconscious people. Then, he suddenly extended his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, 200 thin red energy threads came out of the black-robed man's palms and charged at the unconscious people, entering their heads in an instant. Roar! The black-robed man roared. Suddenly, clumps of green light came out of the unconscious people's heads. These clumps of green light were transparent. They only showed color under the red energy threads. Whoosh! 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 The clumps of green light entered the black-robed man's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man swallowed them all. After absorbing the clumps of green light, the black-robed man slowly forced out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. Drip! The essence blood fell into the pool and immediately merged with the human blood in the pool. Gurgle! Suddenly, after the human blood merged with the black-robed man's essence blood, it surged and quickly entered the unconscious people's heads. Rumble! After a while, all the human blood in the blood pool vanished. Whoosh! The black-robed man removed the red energy threads from his palms. Bring them away, the black-robed man said. Yes, the spirit-assimilated cultivators answered. Slowly, the black-robed man flew to a tall mountain at the side. There was a palace on the mountain, the First Song Palace. Primogenitor, a group of spirit-assimilated cultivators at the entrance of the palace greeted respectfully. Did you manage to get anything out of them? The black-robed man asked. No. They all have dragon-shaped talismans on them. We did not dare to use too much torture, that spirit-assimilated cultivator replied respectfully. The black-robed man frowned. Dragon-shaped charm? They were the personal guards of Long Wanqing's grandfather. Why were they assigned to protect Long Wanqing? Whether they are dead or crippled, Long Wanqing's grandfather will know the situation. So, don't cripple them, and don't let them die. Hey! However, if we don't do that, our torture will not have much effect. That spirit-assimilated cultivator said with an unsightly expression. Don't talk to me about the effects. That's your problem. I'm giving you power, not for you to complain about. The black-robed man said coldly. Yes. The spirit-assimilated cultivator said helplessly. Why is there still no news from Song Pingsheng's side? The black-robed man asked in a deep voice. Sect master should not have found that monk's whereabouts yet. The spirit-assimilated cultivator said with a frown. All right, all of you can leave. I still need to refine the human soul. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes, primogenitor. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately retreated. The black-robed man slowly entered the first Song Palace and closed the door. Then, he sat down cross-legged and revealed a cold smile. Foolish humans. Ha! Outside the first Song sect, Gu Hai looked into the distance at groups of ordinary people being herded into the first Song sect. Milord, this is the gold armor water crystal ritual array. It isolates the inside from the outside. There is only one entrance. What should we do? Chen Tianshan asked with a complicated expression. There is only one entrance. Are we really going in? Gao Xianji asked with a complicated expression. Not us, but you. Gu Hai said seriously. Ah. Gao Xianji felt slightly stunned. There are powerful fiends in there. Going in to search for Long Wanqing will be very dangerous. Hence, we need to do it without anyone knowing, Gu Hai said seriously. However, there are people checking the entrance. Can we get in? Scar asked worriedly at the side. Entering is easy. Guarding against the powerful fiends is the most dangerous. Hence, I need to lure the powerful fiends out. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Milord, what should we do? Chen Tianshan asked in surprise. However, Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji as though encouraging Gao Xianji to think about it. Gao Xianji felt slightly stunned. Then, he immediately understood Gu Hai's intentions. After thinking for a while, he asked, Milord, you want to lay a ritual array? To fight the first Song sect's ritual array. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, that's a good idea. The 28-line pair ritual array. Gao Xianji said after taking a deep breath. Gu Hai nodded. That means that it requires spirit stones, a vast amount of spirit stones. Gao Xianji's expression changed. That's right. Spirit stones. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. Spirit stones? There is a spirit stone mine over there. It is the first Song sect's largest spirit stone industry. It is not within the gold armor water crystal ritual array, Chen Tianshan immediately said as he pointed to a spot not far away. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. Not far outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array was a mountain forest guarded by first Song sect disciples. Gu Hai's group of 3,000 arrived silently. Then, they looked coldly at a nearby valley entrance. Quick! Quick! These are the mortals we just captured. They are all youths. Their hearts and livers must be the freshest. I want one too. Quickly, give me one. Don't snatch it from me. There was a small group of people cruelly eating the newly captured Chen nation citizens. The group of evil men showed unsightly expressions. This is also why I want to kill the spirit-assimilated humans. They get addicted to eating human blood, just like the vampires I saw in the past. They get addicted to drinking human blood. The more they drink, the more they like it. Unless they have extraordinary willpower, very few people can restrain themselves. It is the same for this group of spirit-assimilated humans. They get addicted to eating human blood. Hence, we need to kill them. Shengguanhen said with a sullen expression. Milord, there are 800 first Song sect disciples in the surroundings. This should be a large mine. There are also some palaces in the surroundings. From the looks of it, this is where they mined spirit stones and temporarily stored them. Gao Xianji looked at the surroundings. Gao Xianji, you will lead the Heaven Legion. You are in charge of using this opportunity to enter the First Song sect and bring out the Long Wanqing or obtain the most accurate information about the Long Wanqing. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Shangguanhen, you will lead the Yellow Legion and prepare to lay the ritual array. I taught you this in the Great Feng Mafia family. Later, I will give you the Spirit Stone layout diagram. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shangguanhen answered. Chen Tianshan, Scar, you will lead the Earth Legion and the Profound Legion. You will be in charge of these 800 First Song sect disciples. It will be nearly 2 against 1. Will you have any problems? Gu Hai looked at the two. Milord, rest assured. There will definitely be no problems, the two immediately answered. What I need is silence. Gu Hai said seriously. That's right. Huh? The two felt slightly worried. After all, how could there be no movement from 800 people? You have 1 day. Go through every enemy in detail and make arrangements for your subordinates. Don't panic. Just identify your opponents. When night falls, just charge forward together. Isn't that enough? Gu Hai said seriously. Ah. Yes. The two answered. Gao Xianji brought the group of Tian division members and left quickly. However, Gu Hai took out a brush and paper, giving Shangguanhen pointers on where to bury the spirit stones after snatching them. In the end, 3,000 people were too many. They nearly got spotted by the First Song sect disciples several times. Fortunately, the First Song sect disciples did not realize the danger. While they were distracted, the evil men killed them. The sun slowly set, and night slowly descended. The movements of the First Song sect disciples slowed down significantly. Many of them went to rest. Gu Hai stood on a mountain peak and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is time. Then, he slowly tossed a stone in his hand to the ground in the distance. Thud. The stone landed on the ground. Attack. The evil men's voices rang out in the surroundings. Who is it? Rip. Ah. Don't kill me. Who are you? The evil men dealt with the First Song sect disciples guarding the spirit stone mines amid a series of muffled sounds. The evil men moved extremely quickly. The First Song sect disciples only managed to shout once before they all fell silent. They did not even have time to transform. Kacha. Shangguanhen led the Huang Legion to break open the doors of some of the palaces and quickly took out a large number of spirit stones. Start laying the ritual array. Shangguanhen shouted coldly. Yes. Whoosh. 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 The group of evil men quickly ran through the surrounding forests. They continuously buried the spirit stones. Gu Hai slowly walked to the spirit stone mines and watched the evil men working around him. In just 2 hours, milord, it's done. Shangguanhen ran over. Rise! Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, a surging fog appeared around the spirit stone mines. The thick fog was not very conspicuous at night. After laying the preliminary ritual array, Gu Hai arranged for the evil men to continue burying the spirit stones, laying out even more complicated embryonic forms of the ritual array. The evil men busied themselves continuously. The next morning, an evil man wearing the uniform of a First Song sect disciple led a group of people holding whips, escorting a group of ordinary people. As the evil men headed to the entrance of the First Song sect, Gao Xianji hid among the ordinary people. Aside from Gao Xianji, there seemed to be a few other groups. These were First Song sect disciples capturing ordinary people. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the ground, illuminating the surroundings. Hey, look! Why is there so much fog over there? It looks like a ritual array. A ritual array. Why is there a ritual array there? Suddenly, many First Song sect disciples discovered something strange with the ritual array where Gu Hai was. Let's go over and take a look. A First Song sect disciple immediately rushed over. Gao Xianji signaled with his eyes, and that evil man escorted the group of ordinary people to the entrance. Senior brother, these are the 500 people we just captured. They are the best. The evil man said with a smug smile. The guard guarding the entrance frowned slightly as he looked at the evil man before him. He looked very unfamiliar. Which mountain are you from, junior brother? Why do you look unfamiliar? The guard asked, feeling confused. However, at this moment, a miserable shriek came from the ritual array in the distance. Ah! The miserable shriek sounded heart-wrenching, spreading to the 9 heavens. The expressions of the surrounding First Song sect disciples changed as they turned their heads to look. Chapter 106. First Song sect. Early in the morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone down, countless First Song sect disciples immediately discovered the ritual array that Gu Hai laid. Quick, let's go and take a look. What's wrong with the spirit stone mine? What a thick fog. Is this a ritual array? What happened? Junior brother, are you here? 10 odd First Song sect disciples immediately charged in the direction of the ritual array, wanting to investigate. However, when they got close, they suddenly discovered a group of men standing outside the ritual array with cold smiles on their faces. Who are you? Oh no! The group of evil men immediately charged over. Ka! 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 The First Song sect disciples immediately transformed. Their snake heads danced around as their strength soared. Boom! 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 Even though the First Song sect disciples' strength soared, they were not a match for the evil men. They were immediately suppressed. Arg! When a First Song sect disciple's arm was chopped off, he let out a miserable shriek that tore through space. What? The First Song sect disciples in the distance goggled. Kill! Scar shouted. CI! 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 10 odd people charging into the ritual array were immediately chopped down by the sabers and swords. Enemy attack! The First Song sect disciples suddenly roared. Quickly, inform our martial uncle. Quickly, inform our master. Quickly, inform the elders. A large number of Song sect disciples rushed in and out of the entrance amid a series of anxious cries. More First Song sect disciples immediately surrounded the First Song sect. They all drew their weapons and coldly eyed the ritual array in the distance. The spirit stone mine was snatched. I wonder how senior brother is doing. Indeed. Junior brother is in there as well. Who exactly are they? The First Song sect disciples who rushed out felt anxious. At the center of the ritual array, Gu Hai stood at the summit of a mountain peak, looking coldly at the outside world. Toss them out. Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes. Chen Tianshan and Shengguan Hen answered. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the evil men tossed out the 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators he killed last night. Bam! 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 One after another, corpses were thrown out like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. When the 800 corpses flew out, the expressions of the charging First Song sect disciples changed. Just as they were about to charge forward, they suddenly discovered who the corpses belonged to. It's junior brother. Senior brother, it's senior brother. Master. Ah, they killed everyone in the spirit stone mine. These demons. The First Song sect disciples immediately cried out in alarm. This impact was too shocking. All 800 First Song sect disciples were wiped out. Who was the person in the array? An increasing number of First Song sect disciples rushed out. More and more First Song sect disciples received the notice and rushed out. All of them showed ferocious expressions as they glared at the ritual array. However, they hesitated, not rashly charging into the ritual array. "Who are you?" a First Song sect disciple finally shouted. "Hua!" Suddenly, some of the clouds above the ritual array parted, revealing the summit of a mountain. Gu Hai stood at the summit with Shengguan Hen and Chen Tianshan behind him. Together, they looked coldly at the First Song sect disciples in the distance. "Gu Hai. He is Gu Hai," someone suddenly exclaimed. "Didn't he vanish? The Heavenly Saber Death Match? This is the 28-line pair World Ritual Array." The people who wanted to charge forward immediately stopped and looked at Gu Hai in horror. After all, the tragedy of the Great Feng Mafia family was still fresh in their minds. "Gu Hai, how bold of you! How dare you kill my First Song sect disciples? The sect master will not let you off," a First Song sect disciple roared while glaring. As Gu Hai stood at the summit, he smiled coldly at that person and said, "Are you talking about the First Song sect master, Song Pingsheng? There is no need to wait for him. He already died at my ritual array in the Clear River sect." "What? That's impossible." The expressions of the surrounding First Song sect disciples changed dramatically. "First Song sect. You are really bold. It is one thing for you to cause trouble and form a grudge with the Clear River sect. To think that you dare to target my elite hall. Where is my elite hall's hall master? Hand her over. Otherwise, I will wash the First Song sect in blood today. You can forget about escaping." Gu Hai shouted while glaring. "You killed the sect master. That's impossible. The sect master is from the Yuanying state. How can you be a match for the sect master?" That person roared in shock. "Is the Yuanying state very impressive? No one I want to kill can escape. If not for the hall master, do you think you can survive until now? I could have wiped out your First Song sect last night." Gu Hai said coldly. "Don't listen to him. The sect master can't possibly die," someone shouted. "However, he did deal with the Yuanying state before," someone said anxiously. "Charge in and destroy his ritual array. Go on, then." The Heavenly Saber Death Match killed 20,000 cultivators. Although my cultivation increased fivefold, more First Song sect disciples gathered outside Gu Hai's ritual array. However, they did not dare to charge in, feeling incredibly anxious. "Quick! Inform the primogenitor." "Inform the primogenitor," someone urged anxiously. Outside the First Song sect, the anxious voices of the First Song sect disciples and the captured ordinary people begged for mercy. The commotion was exceptionally chaotic. Gao Xianji mixed in with the ordinary people, and gave a look to the evil man disguised as a First Song sect disciple at the very front. "Senior brother, quick! Let me send this group of meat in. Gu Hai is here. I have to inform my master." "Quickly," that evil man urged anxiously. At this moment, the First Song sect guards were anxious and irritated. The other side was Gu Hai. Gu Hai was here. Right now, the First Song sect disciples were moving in and out, making it impossible to check. The cries of the countless ordinary people in the surroundings made the guards even more frustrated. "Go in. Quickly," that guard urged in frustration. "Let's go in." Slap. As the whip cracked, Gao Xianji followed the large group of ordinary people into the gold armor water crystal ritual array. First Song sect, First Song palace entrance, primogenitor, it's not good. Gu Hai is here. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said anxiously to the closed doors of the palace hall. "Gu Hai." A confused voice came from the palace hall. "Yes. He is Elite Hall's water division master. He said that he killed the sect master and is here to save the Elite Hall master." The spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. Creak. The doors to the palace hall suddenly opened. The black-clad man with a scar over his left eye looked coldly at that spirit-assimilated cultivator. You said he is Elite Hall's Water Division Master. What is his cultivation? I think he is an innate realm cultivator. That spirit-assimilated cultivator whispered. Slap. The black-clad man slapped that spirit-assimilated cultivator's face. You believe that? Why are you not capturing him? Can he kill Song Pingsheng? That spirit-assimilated cultivator covered his face as he explained bitterly to the black-clad man. Oh. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes slightly. Primogenitor, this lowly one does not dare to hide it. It is true. Half a year ago, he was still an innate realm cultivator. However, now, he knows the ritual array and can resist the yuanying state. So. That spirit-assimilated cultivator said, feeling wronged. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes and said, lead the way. Yes. Outside the First Song sect, with the appearance of the black-clad man, more First Song sect disciples came running out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people surrounded the First Song sect, all of them holding weapons and surrounding the black-clad man. A spirit-assimilated cultivator at the side kept telling the black-clad man everything he knew about Gu Hai. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes as he looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was at the summit of a distant mountain. What a heavy fiend aura. Milord, that black-clad man is a snake spirit. Be careful. Shangguanhen said in shock as he narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked coldly at the black-clad man. When he saw the scar on the black-clad man's left eye, he raised his eyebrows slightly, finding this person familiar. Brat, you killed Song Pingsheng? The black-clad man asked coldly. As the black-clad man spoke, he slowly floated up. Black energy surrounded him as he looked at the white fog ritual array before him. I remember now. It's you. Gu Hai said in shock as he raised his eyebrows. As Gu Hai looked at the black-clad man, his expression turned increasingly grave. Oh. You know me. The black-clad man looked at Gu Hai in surprise, his eyes cold. I don't know you, but I recognize the scar on your left eye. Previously, I did not think of it. I always thought that you were a snake spirit. Unexpectedly, it is you. Gu Hai said with an increasingly grave expression. Milord, isn't he a snake spirit? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. The black-clad man looked coldly at Gu Hai and said, with just you, it is impossible for you to know me. Brat, you are seeking death. The one seeking death is you. Gu Hai said with a glare. Huh? The black-clad man said coldly. You don't remember me? Of course, you can't remember me. I did not forget this scar of yours. A flood dragon, a sea beast. Gu Hai said coldly. A flood dragon? Chen Tianshan exclaimed with wide eyes. Back then, when Chen Tianshan returned from the innate puzzle world, he ran into a shipwreck. Back then, it was a battle between a flood dragon and a Bashya. Is this that flood dragon? Chen Tianshan compared the scar on the black-clad man's left eye. The shape of the scar was the same as the flood dragon's. Is it really him? A flood dragon? Shangguanhen's face sank, showing worry. If it was just a snake spirit, Milord's ritual array could deal with it. However, it was a flood dragon. Could it block it? Suddenly, Shangguanhen felt that the danger before him surpassed his expectations. The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the surroundings also looked at the black-clad man in shock. Primogenitor is a flood dragon. Turning a snake into a flood dragon. You came to my 9-5 island to turn a flood dragon from a flood dragon, right? Gu Hai said coldly. You are really full of nonsense. The black-clad man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, surging red, poisonous fog surged out of the black-clad man's sleeve, charging at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding ritual array immediately activated. Surging white fog instantly encased him. Bang! The red, poisonous fog instantly arrived at the white fog, looking like it would dye the surrounding ritual array red. Chapter 107. Outside, at the 28-line pair world ritual array, release the arrows. Scar shouted. Bang! Suddenly, thousands of arrows shot out of the red and white ritual array, heading for the black-robed man in the air. There are still many people left. Go! The black-robed man shouted coldly as he waved his hand. The arrows seemed to form a wall of energy. Boom! The thousands of arrows immediately exploded, and a large number of shards shot into the ritual array. Continue shooting. Scar's voice rang out again. Bam! 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 The arrow rain continued, but the black-robed man blocked it time and time again. Then, he looked at the ritual array with a sullen expression. Whoosh! The fog in the ritual array seemed to be spinning. The poisonous fog that the black-robed man sent out could not penetrate the fog. Instead, the fog slowly spun out, blocking all of it outside the ritual array. After the poisonous fog spun out, it scattered in the surroundings, even to the first song sect disciples. Ah! Crack! Crack! Some first song sect disciples clutched their throats in pain, their faces flushed red. Not far away, some ordinary citizens came in contact with a trace of the poisonous fog. Then, they immediately turned purple and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Ordinary citizens would definitely die if they came in contact with the poisonous fog. After a while, hundreds of people died. Primogenitor, I'm poisoned. Save me. The first song sect disciples exclaimed. You all have my essence blood, so you won't die. Humph. Trash. The black-robed man said coldly. The black-robed man turned his head to look at the strange ritual array. The arrows shooting from the surroundings frustrated him even more. Humph. Just a bunch of ants overestimating themselves. Heavens, rain. The black-robed man shouted coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, dark clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. The rolling dark clouds instantly shrouded the formation. Boom. Crack. Crack. Crackle. Crackle. The torrential rain crashed into the ritual array. The berserk torrential rain was like a waterfall pouring down. It's really a flood dragon. Shangguan Hen, who was in the ritual array, changed his expression. Crackle. Crackle. As the torrential rain poured down, Gu Hai controlled the chessboard-shaped ritual array to rotate slowly. Whoosh! The torrential rain stopped outside the ritual array, unable to enter at all. The water level in the surrounding valleys was getting higher and higher. However, they were unable to enter the great array. Good formation, it really is a good formation. Kid, you're qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Fu Shui. As for the elite hall master, she died long ago. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed man laughed coldly. As he spoke, he finally made a move himself. He stretched out his hand and struck the formation with his palm. A red astral palm condensed in the void and pressed down with a loud bang. It was as if he wanted to shatter the entire formation. When the palm manifested, a surging storm appeared in the fearful void, blowing the rain in all directions. The group of first song sect disciples in the distance showed horrified expressions. The primogenitor is actually this strong? I've never seen such a powerful aura from the sect leader. Can you break the formation? Rumble. Just as the palm was about to hit the formation, the clouds and mist of the formation trembled. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. A loud shout came from the formation. A halberd soared into the sky. Shing! Boom! A loud sound rang out. Everywhere the halberd passed, the red palm shattered. Then, the halberd charged ferociously at the black-robed man, Fu Shui. Huh! Fu Shui's face sank. Fu Shui punched. Boom! Everywhere the halberd passed, Fu Shui retreated. Fu Shui forced back a flood dragon. "Milord!" Chen Tianshan cried out in pleasant surprise. "Cut the crap. Hurry up and urge everyone to go. This Fu Shui is even more incredible than Montez." Gu Hai turned his head and shouted. "Yes." Chen Tianshan answered. Below, the group of evil men was led into the mine. However, Gu Hai slowly stepped onto the 300-meter-tall Xiang Yu cloud beast. Buzz! The Xiang Yu cloud beast slowly floated out of the ritual array, holding the halberd as it looked coldly at Fu Shui. Fu Shui had just been knocked back, so his expression turned sullen. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out. As the roar rang out, the dark clouds in the sky trembled. Then, a bolt of lightning struck the Xiang Yu cloud beast. Boom! Xiang Yu's halberd soared into the sky. A huge halberd aura seemed to carry the might of splitting the world as it exploded the lightning bolt in midair. Fu Shui roared. Then, his figure suddenly flashed, turning into a 100-kilometer-long black flood dragon. Roar! The flood dragon hovered in the air and roared at Xiang Yu. As the flood dragon roared, it exuded a storm-like aura. The group of first Song sect disciples in the distance knelt down in horror. "I already saw your ugly appearance several months ago. Evil beast, come and deliver yourself to death." Gu Hai shouted. "That's right." Boom! The flood dragon swung its tail. As it swung its tail, it triggered 5 lightning bolts in the sky. "Xiang Yu is here. Break for me," the Xiang Yu cloud beast roared as it glared. The halberd chopped down again. Boom! The lightning bolt immediately exploded. The halberd's momentum did not decrease as it clashed with the flood dragon's tail. Boom! The huge impact shook the surrounding mountains. The flood dragon's tail knocked back, and so did the halberd. Gu Hai continued glaring at the flood dragon. However, the flood dragon looked at its tail, and its expression turned increasingly ferocious. This was because the halberd strike had left a small wound on its tail. Although the wound was not large, it did injure it. The flood dragon glared at Gu Hai, huge waves surging in its heart. It had thought that the ritual array was ferocious, but it had not expected it to be so exaggerated. Even with its strong physical body, the halberd still managed to injure it. Although Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression, he felt anxious in his heart. The strength of the flood dragon surpassed his expectations. Gu Hai was certain that he could kill Montez, Li Wei, and the other Yuanying state cultivators with one halberd strike. However, he only left a small wound on the flood dragon's body. More importantly, the spirit stones in this spirit stone mine could not support the Xiang Yu cloud beast endlessly. How much longer could the flood dragon last? The flood dragon seemed to be enraged. Roar! A dragon roar rang out as it tried to grab Gu Hai again. Gu Hai waited with rapt attention. "I am Western Chu's tyrant king. How dare you be so impudent?" the Xiang Yu cloud beast roared. Rumble! The halberd immediately danced about. The halberd looked like heavenly punishment as it chopped down on the intense flood dragon and lightning bolt. Rumble! Rain filled the sky, and mud and dust filled the place. The entire battlefield turned turbid. The flood dragon had the ferocious nature of a flood dragon. The more injured it was, the more ferocious it became. It charged ferociously at Xiang Yu, who was in the center, with lightning bolts. As Xiang Yu's halberd danced about, it was like a meat grinder, repeatedly striking the lightning bolts and the flood dragon. The battle between the two sides intensified, and some of the surrounding mountains even shattered. Torrential rain poured down, turning the surroundings into a sea. Ah! Quickly retreat! Retreat! The group of first song sect disciples continuously retreated in horror. They could not barge into the 28-line pair world ritual array. Furthermore, there were arrows shooting out. The shock waves from the battle between the Flood Dragon and Gu Hai were ferocious and could not be underestimated. Everyone retreated with wide eyes. The battle before them surpassed everyone's expectations. Gu Hai. Gu Hai is really ferocious. Fortunately, I did not barge in earlier. If only I could eat his heart and liver. It would definitely be delicious. As the first song sect disciples retreated, they sighed in shock at this scene. Rumble. The center of the battlefield turned chaotic. Sand and gravel filled the air. The more the Flood Dragon fought, the more ferocious it became. However, Gu Hai felt anxious. As the battle continued, the spirit stones in the spirit stone mine would be drained. Once the spirit stones were drained, the ritual array would break, and Xiao Chen would be finished. At this moment, horror filled the Flood Dragon's heart. There were already hundreds of wounds on the Flood Dragon's body. That halberd was simply undefeatable. Although they were all superficial wounds, it was rare to see such a desperate battle. The two sides continued fighting, each harboring their own thoughts. As for Gao Xianji, he led his subordinates out of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. However, the exit was now even more chaotic than before. Water surged, and gravel fell from all directions. A large number of first song sect disciples were in chaos. Gao Xianji led his subordinates, wearing the first song sect disciple robes that he had just changed into, and took advantage of the chaos to leave. At this moment, even though there were many people, no one noticed. Everyone left quickly. As they ran, they could not help looking at the center of the battlefield. The scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking made the evil people gulp. To think that Milord's ritual array is so ferocious. That halberd is too ferocious and unrivaled. Everyone felt shocked. Cut the crap. Let's go and meet up with Milord there. Gao Xianji said seriously. Yes. As the group rushed, they met with some first song sect disciples questioning them. However, under Gao Xianji's command, everything went smoothly. Soon, they vanished from everyone's sight. Rumble. The battle continued for another hour. Gu Hai felt increasingly anxious. He could not hold on much longer. The ritual array could not hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pillar of smoke and fire soared into the sky from a distant mountain peak. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the battle raged. That pillar of smoke and fire was not eye-catching in the surroundings. Only a few people noticed it, but they did not pay much attention to it. However, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. This was a pillar of smoke and fire that he gave to Gao Xianji. Roar! Xiang Yu suddenly roared. My sons of Jiangdong! Where is my vast army? Come with me to kill this fiend. Xiang Yu's roar shook the place. Roar! 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 Suddenly, roars came from the ritual array. It sounded like a vast army was about to appear. The Flood Dragon's originally frenzied state suddenly turned serious. Roar! Boom! The Flood Dragon clashed with Xiang Yu again. Then, it immediately fled far away. Whoosh! Xiang Yu stopped abruptly. Then, he saw a huge commander's banner emerge from the cloudy ritual array. It looked like Xiang Yu was going to summon a large number of soldiers. The Flood Dragon had heard about this from the first song sect disciples. A vast army. It could not even deal with one cloud beast. If a vast army appeared, how could it escape? What kind of ritual array is this? The Flood Dragon roared in bewilderment. Since the vast army did not appear, Xiang Yu did not give chase. Xiang Yu glared at the Flood Dragon and said, Evil beast, if you are capable, come back. Don't run. Let's fight another 300 moves. The flood dragon suddenly narrowed its eyes. You can only stay in that area and cannot chase after me. Evil beast, if you have the guts, come over. Gu Hai shouted. The flood dragon circled the ritual array. Indeed, Xiang Yu refused to come out. He could not leave that area of the ritual array. A ritual array will always be just a ritual array. Humph. The flood dragon snorted coldly. The flood dragon had more than 100 wounds on its body. It recognized the horror of the ritual array but did not want to take the risk. Humph. Coward. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Rumble. Xiang Yu slowly led Gu Hai into the ritual array, vanishing from everyone's sight. The flood dragon's figure flashed, and it returned to its human form. Although it was extraordinarily ferocious, it did not mean that it was stupid. What was the point of continuing a battle when it could not gain any benefits? Inside the ritual array, after Gu Hai hid, Xiang Yu, Scar and the others surrounded him. "Milord, the ritual array is about to run out of spirit stones," Scar said with a complicated expression. "How is it?" Gu Hai asked seriously. "It's open. We started digging a tunnel through this mine last night. It's open," Scar said excitedly. "Before the flood dragon can react, let's go," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." The group of evil men rushed into the mine with Gu Hai. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the ritual array emptied of people. Outside, the flood dragon surrounded the ritual array, trying to find a way to break it. It watched coldly, but the ritual array before it seemed impenetrable. This gave the flood dragon a headache. The 28-pair world ritual array. From the innate puzzle world. From Old Man Guanqi. Indeed, Old Man Guanqi lives up to his name. I really do not know where to start with this ritual array. The flood dragon showed an extremely unsightly expression. Primogenitor. Oh no. Primogenitor. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. Fu Shui turned his head to look and saw a blood-covered spirit-assimilated cultivator outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array being supported. Huh? Didn't I tell you to stand guard? Fu Shui asked coldly. Someone barged into the sect and into the prison earlier, that person said anxiously. What? Fu Shui's expression changed. Whoosh. Xiao Chen extended his hand and pulled that spirit-assimilated cultivator over. Fu Shui grabbed that spirit-assimilated cultivator by the collar. What did you say? Long Wanqing's servant ran away. Fu Shui demanded coldly. No. No. They are still here. Primogenitor's ritual array chains bind them. No one can take them away, that person immediately shouted. Get to the point. Fu Shui glared. This subordinate recognizes them. They are Gao Xianji, Gu Hai's subordinate. They led a group of people into the ritual array and killed all the guards. This subordinate survived and fainted. When I woke up, they were already gone. However, the prison was opened. They should have met with that prisoner, that person cried out in horror. Gu Hai's subordinate. Then, what happened earlier was just a ruse to deceive me. Just to enter the prison. I fell for it. Fu Shui said with a ferocious expression. It seems so, that person said bitterly. You can go and die now. Fu Shui shouted. Bang! That person exploded with a loud bang. Fu Shui suddenly charged at the 28-pair world ritual array again. Break! Then, he extended his hand and smashed down with a palm strike. A loud sound rang out, and the previously impenetrable ritual array broke. However, the surroundings of the valley were deserted. Not a single person remained. How can this be? The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. Fu Shui waved his hand. Bang! All of a sudden, the ground around them exploded, revealing craters filled with spirit stones. However, at this moment, they were no longer spirit stones. Instead, they looked like fine powder. Countless spirit stones had turned into dust. Only 3 of them had less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones in them. Only this much remained. Was Gu Hai trying to deceive me earlier? He was already at the end of his rope earlier. I just had to charge a little more, and his ritual array would break. Fu Shui said hatefully, showing a ferocious expression. Chapter 108. First Song Sect. Fu Shui stared angrily at the spirit stone mine. The spirit stone mine had collapsed long ago. No, it should have been blasted apart. Based on the spirit stone mine, Shaoqin did not know where Gu Hai and the others had fled. Search. 3,000 people. It is impossible for them to disappear just like that. Search. Fu Shui roared at the surrounding First Song Sect disciples. Yes, the surrounding First Song Sect disciples shouted in response. Rumble. The spirit-assimilated cultivators quickly ran in all directions. However, Fu Shui rushed back to the sect. Soon, he arrived at a cave in the sect. There were pools of blood in the surroundings. The First Song Sect disciples that rushed back slowly carried out some corpses. Primogenitor, the spirit-assimilated cultivators greeted respectfully. Fu Shui ignored them. Instead, he quickly reached the innermost area. There were 3 altars at the innermost area. The altars released red energy webs that pierced through 3 men. The 3 men were topless. A golden dragon tattooed on their backs looked exceptionally ferocious. These 3 were none other than the 3 servants that followed Long Wanqing in the past. Fu Shui rushed in, and when the 3 saw Fu Shui, they all revealed cold smiles. Smack! Fu Shui slapped one of the men's faces. Speak! What did you leak? Fu Shui roared while glaring. That person spat out a mouthful of blood but did not say anything. What exactly did you obtain 20 years ago? Where is the dragon vein? Fu Shui roared while glaring. Little black flood dragon, kill us if you are capable. Ha ha ha. You are seeking death this time. My master will not let you off. With a single order from my master, there will be nowhere for you to hide, no matter how big the world is. That person laughed sinisterly. Smack! Fu Shui slapped that person's face again, feeling very anxious. The 3 were like rocks in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. Fu Shui did not have time to speak nonsense with them. He stepped out of the cave and waited for news of the search. At a drill ground in a distant city outside the First Song Sect, a large number of border soldiers were stationed here. When they saw Gu Hai's group arrive, they immediately surrounded them. How bold! You are not allowed to barge into the military camp, the leading general shouted. Are you blind? Don't you recognize me? Chen Tianshan glared. Ah! Who are you? That person clearly didn't recognize them. Retrieve the Imperial Edict. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Chen Tianshan replied. He took out an Imperial Edict. This is Chen Liangyi's Imperial Edict. Look carefully. Immediately inform the city lords of the surrounding cities that there are demons causing trouble here. In order to prevent a calamity, organize the people and quickly move away from the south. Move north. Chen Tianshan shouted. Ah! Do you know that people have gone missing in a few towns recently? The general asked in surprise. Cut the crap and just do it. This is an Imperial Edict. Chen Tianshan glared. The general took the Imperial Edict and looked at it carefully. His expression changed. Was this really an Imperial Edict? Yes, this general obeys. The general replied. Sir, will Fu Shui find us? Scar looked at Gu Hai. They shouldn't be able to find us, but... Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Milord, are you worried that Fu Shui will fly into a rage out of humiliation and charge into the Gu residence? However, the two young masters are still in the Gu residence. Gao Xianji's expression changed. What should we do, then? Even if we rush back to the Gu residence at full speed, we will not be able to catch up to Fu Shui. Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. There is no time to send a messenger pigeon. Right now, there is only one way to inform them. Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh. What method is faster than Fu Shui? Chen Tianshan said in surprise. Fu Shui was a flood dragon above the Yuanying state. He was incredibly strong. How could there be a method faster than Fu Shui? Where are the beacon towers? Gu Hai asked the general. What are you planning to do? The general's expression changed. Beacon towers? Using beacon towers to send news to Hulao Pass at the fastest speed? Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. Fire beacons were the fastest means of transmitting information during wartime. Smoke signals were released during the day and fire beacons at night. There were many fire beacons from the various cities to the imperial capital. As long as one fire beacons caught fire, the distant fire beacons would immediately light up the fire beacons or smoke signals as soon as they saw it. What are you planning to do? Beacon towers can only be used when the nation is in danger, the general immediately shouted. Where are the beacon towers? Gao Xianji asked with a glare. Beacon towers are important weapons of the nation. They cannot be activated. They can only be used when the nation is in danger. What qualifications do you have to use them? Without the orders of the great generals or the emperor's imperial edict, no one is to touch them. Men! Men! The general shouted. Immediately, a large number of soldiers charged over. How bold! Chen Tianshan said furiously while glaring. If you want to light the beacon towers, you will have to step over my corpse, the general shouted. Not bad. You have integrity. In the future, report to my Gu residence. My Gu residence will accept a general like you. Gu Hai said with a smile. The general glared, not understanding what was going on. However, he still stopped the group. You want an imperial edict, right? Gao Xianji, write it. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. That general felt slightly stunned. What's going on? However, he saw Gao Xianji take out a blank imperial edict. Then, the subordinate at the side ground it, and Gao Xianji quickly wrote it. Soon, she finished writing an imperial edict. You are faking an imperial edict, the general exclaimed in shock and anger. Clack! Gu Hai tossed the imperial edict to the general and headed for the camp. With the evil men opening the way, these ordinary soldiers could not stop them at all. This imperial seal is real. How can that be? The general exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! At the beacon tower, Gao Xianji lit the beacon, and a pillar of black Tongtian smoke soared into the sky. Who? In the distance, as though in response to this beacon tower, many beacons of smoke soared into the sky. The news quickly spread in the direction of Hulao Pass. Gao Xianji, write another 10 imperial edicts for them. Get them to carry the imperial edicts to the surrounding cities and evacuate the citizens. Save as many as you can. Gu Hai instructed Gao Xianji. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Before that general's confused gaze, Gao Xianji took out another 10 blank imperial edicts and stamped the imperial seal on them. These were genuine Chen nation imperial edicts. How can that be? How can that be? That general watched this scene in confusion. Giddy up! Giddy up! After writing the 10 imperial edicts, Gu Hai quickly led the 3,000 evil men back to the Gu residence, leaving behind the general, who held the imperial edicts and watched everyone leave, at a loss. First song palace, first song sect, nothing. It has already been 2 days, and you have no news at all. Fu Shui glared at the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Yes. It's like they vanished into thin air. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said carefully. Trash. All of you are trash. Fu Shui glared. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not dare to say anything. Fu Shui suddenly narrowed his eyes. They got the news. In that case, Gu Hai must have gotten some news. Where is Gu Hai? We have to capture him. This subordinate does not know. However, this subordinate knows where Gu Hai's home is. Perhaps we can use Gu Hai's family. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said softly. Oh. Fu Shui's eyes lit up. From now on, seal the mountain and activate the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Do not allow anyone to enter or leave. Fu Shui said while glaring. Ah. What about the senior brothers outside who want to return? It was precisely because they wanted to return that Gu Hai took advantage of the opportunity. Get them to wait outside and not let them in. Don't you want to eat people? Can't you just go around and capture people? Fu Shui said while glaring. Yes. The spirit-assimilated cultivators answered. You, bring me to the Gu residence. Tell me where the Gu residence is. I want to go there immediately. Fu Shui said as he grabbed the spirit-assimilated cultivator from earlier. Whoosh! Fu Shui flew out of the palace hall with that spirit-assimilated cultivator, leaving the first song sect in the blink of an eye. Then, he quickly flew north after leaving the first song sect. However, he did not fly for long before he saw smoke signals soaring into the sky in the distance. Oh no! Primogenitor, these are smoke signals. Perhaps. That spirit-assimilated cultivator said while goggling. Trash. Do you think I don't know how to read it? Quickly, point the way. Fu Shui said while glaring. Yes. 3,000 horses galloped on a public road. Gao Xianji, are you sure it is them? Gu Hai asked Gao Xianji beside him as he rode on a black horse. Yes, milord. We went in and found the hall master's 3 servants. However, we could not bring them away quickly. We also could not find the hall master. This subordinate managed to gain their trust after much difficulty. They told us to go and find Venerable Lun Yan, Gao Xianji said. Where is Venerable Lun Yan? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. They said that the unborn man came some time ago. Venerable Lun Yan followed the unborn man into the netherworld to search for the soul of the hall master's mother. That was why Venerable Lun Yan abandoned the hall master, Gao Xianji explained. The netherworld? Gu Hai goggled. Yes. That unborn man can communicate with the netherworld and the netherworld. According to them, back in the innate puzzle world, the unborn man suddenly disappeared and entered the netherworld. While we were in the netherworld, he was in the netherworld. That was why he told us that we could not take his path, Gao Xianji explained. The netherworld? Is this the earthly soul that is going to search for the Long Wanqing's mother? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Those 3 said that there is a stone at the hall master's residence. It should be very inconspicuous. The unborn man left it behind. As long as we go and shatter it, the unborn man and Venerable Lun Yan will know that something is wrong. They will come back from the stone and get us to shatter that stone, Gao Xianji explained. Gu Hai nodded. He took a deep breath. Using the ritual array to fight Fu Shui was a trick. Earlier, he managed to escape unscathed because he tricked Fu Shui. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for Fu Shui. Xiao Chen also used up all his spirit stones. It would be very difficult for him to deal with Fu Shui and Song Pingsheng. If he could get Venerable Lun Yan, perhaps, giddy up. Everyone spurred their horses on. Chapter 109. Smoke signals soared into the sky in the Chen nation's territory. 1 turned into 4, 4 turned into 16, 16 turned into 64. In just a moment, the sky was covered with smoke, and the earth was filled with smoke. Chen Royal Palace. The officials rushed to the royal palace and saw the emperor, Chen Liangyi, at the entrance of the royal assembly hall. Your Majesty, smoke signals are rising everywhere. Did something happen at the borders? The officials looked at Chen Liangyi anxiously. Chen Liangyi took a deep breath and shook his head. There's no need to worry. We know. Your Majesty knows. However, with smoke signals rising everywhere, how can we not worry? Your Majesty. Your Majesty, smoke signals are rising everywhere. Something must have happened at the borders. We need to deal with it properly. The officials felt anxious. We already said that we know. That's enough. Chen Liangyi said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. All of the officials replied in a daze. Naturally, Chen Liangyi felt very anxious. Not long ago, he received news that the Clear River sect was destroyed. The Clear River sect was his backing. If the Clear River sect was destroyed, his Chen nation would not be far from being destroyed. Right now, his great-grandfather was traveling with Gu Hai and asked for 100 blank imperial edicts. Not to mention 100, Chen Liangyi was even willing to give him 1,000. At this moment, Chen Liangyi looked forward to Gu Hai creating another miracle. Smoke signals soared into the sky, reaching Hulao Pass in the blink of an eye. Inside Hulao Pass, Gu Qin and Gu Han saw the smoke signals rising from afar. First brother, before adoptive father left, he said that when the smoke signals come, it means that things have exceeded adoptive father's expectations. There might be danger. Gu Han said with a frown. Gu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly as he nodded. Let's go. Let's hide for now. All right. Gu Han nodded. The two left silently. After another half a day, boom. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from afar. Fu Shui flew to Hulao Pass with a first song sect disciple. Where? Fu Shui asked coldly. Primogenitor, there. That small town. That first song sect disciple shouted. Clouds and fog shrouded the small town like a large ritual array. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fu Shui brought that person close. Thud! Then, he tossed the first song sect disciple to the ground. Fu Shui flew in the air and looked at the small town in front of him coldly. At this moment, there were still a large number of cultivators in the small town who had not left yet. When they suddenly saw a person flying over, their expressions immediately changed. Yuanying state. Are they here to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? Many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. Who is he? Never seen it before. Is it the Yuanying state of the Thousand Island Sea? Countless Shouja pointed and discussed. Fu Shui coldly stared at the great cloud formation before him. Primogenitor. Primogenitor. Why are you here? Another first song sect disciple exclaimed from nearby. Fu Shui turned his head and looked over. He reached out his hand and sucked. Whoosh! That person was instantly sucked in. Primogenitor, the sect master asked me to monitor the Gu residence. That person said respectfully. Oh. Gu Hai's entire family is here. Fu Shui asked solemnly. That's right. Gu Hai is also inside. There are also 3,000 evil men. That person immediately said. Is Gu Hai still inside? Fu Shui's face sank. Trash. Yes. That person did not dare to rebut. Let me ask you this. Is Gu Hai's entire family here? Fu Shui asked coldly. Yes. They are definitely inside. This is the Gu residence. However, this ritual array is problematic. That person said bitterly. So what if it is problematic? Gu Hai is not here. What kind of lousy ritual array is this? Fu Shui sneered. As Fu Shui spoke, it seemed like he wanted to barge into the ritual array. This is the 28-line pair world ritual array, that person said respectfully. The cold smile on Fu Shui's face suddenly froze. Fu Shui's stride forward suddenly came to a halt. The 28-line pair world ritual array. Xiao Qin had personally experienced it in the first Song sect. Unexpectedly, there was one here as well. Primogenitor, are you going to barge in? With Primogenitor's abilities, you can definitely break the ritual array, that person at the side shouted recklessly. Scram! Fu Shui kicked that person away. My injuries have not healed yet, and you want me to barge into this ritual array? Ah! That first Song sect disciple went flying. Fu Shui looked at the scene before him, feeling depressed. If this were before, he would have given it a try. However, after knowing the might of the 28-line pair world ritual array, Fu Shui had to be cautious. Xiao Qin looked around with bloodshot eyes. A large number of ordinary people and cultivators gathered around the small town. Fu Shui said with a cold expression, "Good. Good. Very good. The 28-line pair world ritual array. Don't you humans care about your friends and family? Let's see if you will come out or not." Then, he waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, surging red poisonous fog came out of Fu Shui's sleeve. The moment the poisonous fog appeared, it covered the sky above the small town in the blink of an eye. The red poisonous fog slowly descended, heading towards the small town. Chirp. 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 The moment the birds in the air came into contact with the red poisonous fog, they instantly died and fell from the sky. Oh no! It's the poisonous fog, a cultivator suddenly cried out. Quickly run! Quickly run! It's the poisonous fog. Countless Xiuzhe fled in terror towards the outside world. You want to run? Humph! Fu Shui snorted coldly as he waved his hand. Boom! The billowing poisonous fog instantly wrapped around the town in all directions, and the town was shrouded in the poisonous fog, blocking everyone's path. Ah! There is no way out. What should we do? Hold your breath and run out. A large number of cultivators held their breaths as they rushed into the poisonous fog. Crack! 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 Ah! Miserable shrieks suddenly rang out. The cultivators who ran into the poisonous fog fell to the ground, dying on the spot after getting hit by the poisonous fog. It's useless. If you hold your breath, it can enter through your skin. Ha 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 ha. Fu Shui guffawed. What should we do? Senior, we have nothing to do with Gu Hai. Senior, please let us go. Cries rang out. Fu Shui's gaze turned cold. It looked like the entire small town would be drowned in this poisonous fog. Halfway up a mountain outside the small town, Gu Qin and Gu Han's expressions changed when they saw the poisonous fog encasing the small town in the distance. Big brother, what should we do? What should we do? We should have informed everyone. Oh no. Why is that person so cowardly? Won't we know after he breaks through the ritual array? The two brothers felt anxious, but they could not do anything. Countless cries of alarm came from the small town, along with Fu Shui's sinister, cold laughter. For your personal grudge, you disregarded the lives of an entire town. Evil creature, you have gone too far. A bell-like voice suddenly rang out. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden gale swept up from the ground. The gale seemed to form a large net, blowing the poisonous fog from all directions towards the center. It quickly swept towards the center of the area. The surging poisonous fog instantly condensed into a huge poisonous ball. Wang! The golden gale squeezed towards the poisonous ball. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the poisonous fog dissolved as if it was detoxified. A great crisis disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huh? Who is it? Fu Shue's expression changed. In the distance, Gu Qin and Gu Han's eyes lit up. Who is that? Gu Qin asked, feeling confused. They saw an old man flickering with golden light outside an inn in the small town. The old man wore a kasaya and held a Buddhist staff. His face filled with benevolence. However, when he looked at Fu Shui, he did not look friendly. Venerable. Many thanks, Venerable. The surrounding cultivators immediately said gratefully. Bald monk, who are you? How dare you stop me? Fu Shui said coldly while glaring. This humble monk is Lian Sheng. The person you are looking for is not here. Go back to where you came from. The old monk said seriously. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Gu Qin's eyes lit up in the distance. He had heard Gu Hai mention some time ago that he met a benevolent monk in the innate puzzle world who had helped Gu Hai. Humph. Old thing, you are the one seeking death. Fu Shui said angrily while glaring. Then, he threw a palm strike at Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Fu Shui did not recognize Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, but the two first Song sect disciples had heard of him before. After all, they already understood what happened in the innate puzzle world. Primogenitor, be careful. He is Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. One of the first Song sect disciples exclaimed. Bodhisattva. Fu Shui's expression changed. However, a manifested palm strike had already arrived. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng threw a palm strike. Boom! The void trembled violently. Fu Shui's manifested palm strike immediately shattered. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's palm strike did not lose any momentum, instantly arriving before Fu Shui. Boom! Fu Shui defended with all his might. However, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng was too strong, so strong that Fu Shui's human form could not withstand it. Roar! Fu Shui turned into a flood dragon and got knocked back. Rumble! Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless lightning bolts flickered, illuminating the gigantic flood dragon in the air. A flood dragon. He is a flood dragon. A sea beast flood dragon. Countless cultivators goggled as they exclaimed in horror. However, Gu Qin stared at Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. The force of this palm strike actually knocked away a flood dragon. How strong was this Bodhisattva Lian Sheng? Fu Shui also showed horror on his face. Earlier, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's casual palm strike dislocated his internal organs. Even in Gu Hai's 28-line pair world ritual array, Shaoqin had not suffered such a huge loss. Fu Shui showed an unsightly expression. However, he did not dare to be impudent before Bodhisattva Lian Sheng at this moment. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, this humble one has offended you. Fu Shui immediately shouted. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng nodded, not showing a friendly expression. Many thanks to Bodhisattva for showing mercy. This humble one will take his leave. Fu Shui said. Whoosh! Fu Shui turned around and quickly left. Primogenitor. The two first Song sect disciples called out anxiously. However, Fu Shui ignored the two. While the two felt conflicted, a group of cultivators surrounded them. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. The countless surrounding cultivators bowed gratefully to Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng nodded. Then, he turned his head and looked at the waist of a mountain in the distance. The two brothers, Gu Qin and Gu Han, were standing there. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng discovered us. Gu Qin said in shock. However, Gu Han frowned as he looked at the distant Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Then, he showed a complicated expression. I keep feeling that Bodhisattva Lian Sheng gives me a familiar feeling. How strange. Chapter 110. Giddy up. Giddy up. After running for a long time, the horses reached their limits. Some of them even collapsed from exhaustion. The evil men riding them could only abandon them and continue running. Quick! There is a horse farm up ahead. Gu Hai called out. Yes. The evil men followed. Soon, they arrived at the horse farm. An old horse farm owner stood respectfully at the entrance. The 3,000 horses were already saddled. Whoosh! Gu Hai led the horses to a stop. Master, I started preparing when I saw the beacon fire. I received Master's letter a few days ago. These are the best horses we have. Master, do you want to rest? The old farm owner asked respectfully. There's no need. The situation is urgent. Gu Hai nodded. The 3,000 evil men switched to new horses. Then, Gu Hai whipped his horse and galloped away, leaving the old farm owner looking in Gu Hai's direction and bowing respectfully. Along the way, Gu Hai's group switched to new horses several times. Several days later, they finally returned. We have arrived at Hulao Pass. Chen Tianshan called out. As the group galloped, the gates of Hulao Pass opened, and the group headed straight for the Gu residence. Along the way, Chen Tianshan's anxious heart slowly relaxed. The town was still the same. Fortunately, nothing happened. Adoptive father. Gu Qin and Gu Han received the news and came over. It's good that nothing happened. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. Adoptive father, it is all thanks to Bodhisattva Yan Sheng this time. Otherwise, our town's citizens would have suffered. Gu Qin said immediately. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng. Gu Hai's expression changed. He turned his head and happened to see Bodhisattva Yan Sheng standing not far away. When he saw Gu Hai, he pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Gu Hai immediately went over to receive Bodhisattva Yan Sheng. Along the way, Gu Qin kept things short, reporting everything to Gu Hai. When Bodhisattva Yan Sheng approached, Gu Hai got a rough understanding of the situation. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Yan Sheng. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died in this town. Gu Hai said with extreme gratitude. Mr. Good, I already said that we would meet soon. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng smiled. Oh. Gu Hai's expression changed. Speaking of which, I still need Mr. Good's approval for something, Bodhisattva Yan Sheng said solemnly. Gu Hai revealed some doubt. However, he still waved his hand and said, Bodhisattva Yan Sheng, please come in. Let's talk in my Gu residence. All right. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng nodded. Gu Hai invited Bodhisattva Yan Sheng into his residence, and Gu Qin led the evil men back to the Gu residence. The 4 department heads followed behind. However, when Sheng Guanhen saw Bodhisattva Yan Sheng, he frowned slightly and moved back slightly, as though he did not want Bodhisattva Yan Sheng to see him. The group entered the array. At this moment, the number of cultivators paying attention to Gu Hai's group had decreased significantly. Some people had already left the town. After all, the earlier scene was too terrifying. In a large hall in the Gu residence, after Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Yan Sheng took their seats, Gu Qin and Gu Han poured tea for the two before taking their seats as well. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng, you have helped me several times, but I am unable to repay you. If Bodhisattva Yan Sheng needs anything, please tell me. I will do my best to help as long as I can, Gu Hai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng stared at Gu Hai and said, this humble monk has heard about Mr. Good's actions during this period. He defeated the strong time and time again. He is an extraordinary person. Bodhisattva Yan Sheng is too polite. What does Bodhisattva Yan Sheng want? Gu Hai remained unmoved as he looked at Bodhisattva Yan Sheng. I remember that I once mentioned to Mr. Good that I sensed a familiar aura from you. Now, I found the source of this aura. Hence, I shamelessly asked Mr. Good for a person, Bodhisattva Yan Sheng said with a smile. Ask for a person. Gu Hai frowned slightly. However, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng looked at Gu Han. Gu Han? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. I want to take Gu Han as my disciple. I need Mr. Good's approval. Oh. Gu Hai said in surprise. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, what do you mean by this? Gu Han suddenly asked. Gu Han, do you feel a sense of familiarity when you look at me? Bodhisattva Yen Sheng asked with a smile. Gu Han frowned heavily, but he did not refute it. Instead, he nodded. That's right. I have been looking for you for a long time, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said with a faint sigh. I don't understand. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, please enlighten me. Gu Han shook his head. Gu Hai and Gu Qin also looked at Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. 1,200 years ago, there were 3 monks who recited scriptures and studied Buddha every day. However, the 3 gradually discovered that the Buddhist Tao of the world was very different from the Buddha in their hearts. Only those who gained great enlightenment could become Buddha. Once a Buddha gained enlightenment, one's heart transcending everything in the mundane world and becoming untainted by dust. That was Buddha's result. Untainted by dust. Untainted by dust, Buddha has no 7 emotions. Buddha has no heart and no emotions. All living things suffer and seek salvation from Buddha. However, Buddha no longer has a heart and no emotions. How can he pity all living things? How can he save all living things by treating them like ants? Is this Buddha still the Buddha that all living things want? If all living things do not need it, what is the point of Buddha's existence? Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Hence, these 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's holy land to meet the Buddha and seek answers, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng recalled. Seek answers from Buddha. Yes, seek answers from Buddha. Unfortunately, they did not obtain any. Instead, they were reprimanded as Buddha slanderers. 2 of the Buddha slanderers met with a mysterious calamity and died. Only 1 person remained, continuing forward in this world at a loss. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng sighed softly. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng is the one who survived? Gu Han asked with a frown. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng nodded. Then, he looked at Gu Han and said, yes. However, you are the reincarnation of one of my 2 best friends from back then. You share the same earth and soul. Hence, you found me familiar when you saw me. Back then, we visited Buddha together and questioned the Buddha together. Gu Han's expression froze. Unwilling to admit it, he turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was not in a rush to answer. Instead, he remained silent for a while. Silence reigned in the large hall. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng did not say anything, waiting quietly. Gu Hai did not know if this story was true or false. However, there was one thing for sure. If Bodhisattva Yen Sheng forcefully took Gu Han away, Shao Chen could not stop him. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng probably really wanted to take Gu Han as his disciple. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai turned his head and asked, Gu Han, what do you think? Adoptive father, this child does not know. However, this child still wants to follow by adoptive father's side. Gu Han said with a complicated expression. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, I have already entered the world of cultivation. The future is filled with uncertainty. Perhaps it will be smooth sailing. Perhaps it will be filled with danger. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Gu Han, this is an opportunity for you. Father feels that you should take Bodhisattva Yen Sheng as your teacher. Me? Gu Han's eyes filled with reluctance. Gu Qin did not say anything as he stood at the side. Gratitude flashed in Bodhisattva Yen Sheng's eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Han stared at Gu Hai and saw the determination in Gu Hai's eyes. Adoptive father, I'll listen to you, Gu Han finally said after taking a deep breath. Solemnly, he said. Acknowledge me as your teacher, then. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Gu Han stood up and kowtowed to Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Master, please accept this disciple's 3 kowtows. Thud. 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 Solemnly, Gu Han kowtowed 3 times to Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Good, good. Gu Han, in the future, follow Master to continue studying Buddhism and become a true Buddha. Take me as your teacher. Master does not have anything on him, so I'll give this demon-subduing hoop to you first. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng sighed. As Bodhisattva Yen Sheng spoke, he handed over a bracelet. Gu Han looked at Gu Hai. You cannot refuse an elder's gift. Since your teacher gave it to you, just accept it. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Han nodded and carefully received the bracelet. This demon-subduing hoop comes with a small space for storing miscellaneous items, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said with a smile. Yes. Gu Han nodded. Many thanks to Mr. Good for granting my wish. Since I have accepted Gu Han, I will take my leave. Time does not wait for me. I also sense another close friend reincarnating in the west. That aura appears intermittently. I need to bring Gu Han over immediately, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said gratefully as he looked at Gu Hai. I'll have to trouble you to wait for half a day. Gu Han will be leaving soon. Let me help him pack his luggage and give him some instructions, Gu Hai said solemnly. That's fine. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng nodded. Gu Qin ran around, helping Gu Han gather large amounts of resources and organize various things. However, Gu Hai and Gu Han conversed in private. Adoptive father, you want me to take you as my teacher? Gu Han said with a frown. However, Gu Hai extended his hand and interrupted Gu Han. Shaking his head, he pointed to the brush and ink at the side. Gu Han's expression changed as he nodded. Gu Han, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng is a kind and compassionate person. Many people I met said this, and he even helped me a few times. He should be a kind person. Along the way, you should properly learn from Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Do not be negligent. Gu Hai said. At the same time, Gu Hai started writing on a piece of paper. I have not interacted much, so I cannot see through Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Whether he is good or bad, you can judge for yourself. However, he sincerely wants to take you in as a disciple. Learn well and become stronger. The disaster that happened to your mother cannot happen again in my Gu residence. Yes. Father, don't worry. I will definitely properly learn from Master. Solemnly Gu Han nodded. You will be leaving soon. I got your big brother to prepare many things for you. When the time comes, you can go and take a look. Bring these things with you. At the very least, they will make your life more comfortable, Gu Hai said. As he spoke, he started writing again. Remember, everyone has their own desires. I do not believe in people who truly have no desires. You cannot distrust them, but you cannot fully trust them. Think thrice before you act. Yes. Many thanks, Father. This child will remember. Solemnly Gu Han nodded. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened. Adoptive father, second brother, I have already prepared second brother's things. Gu Qin stepped into the room. Gu Han, be careful on your way. We will meet again in the future in the Divine Continent. Gu Hai said. At the same time, he started writing on the paper. I do not know much about Buddhist cultivation. However, I have 6 words here. They might be useful or not. Remember them and comprehend them yourself in the future. Om Mani Padme Hum. After Gu Hai finished writing, he tossed the paper into the brazier at the side. Om Mani Padme Hum. Confusion flashed in Gu Han's eyes. However, he still nodded at solemnly Gu Han and said, yes. After all the papers were burned, the group walked out of the room. The courtyard outside the room was already filled with items. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng waited at the side. Guhan stretched out his hand and collected all the items into his demon-subduing ring. Mr. Good, I will bring Guhan away, then. Bodhisattva Liansheng smiled at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Second brother, take care. Gu Qin said somewhat reluctantly. Gu Han nodded at Gu Qin. Then, he turned around and knelt before Gu Hai. He kowtowed 3 times before standing up. Let's go. Bodhisattva Liansheng waved his hand. Whoosh! Shaoqin carried Guhan and soared into the sky, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Adoptive father, why did you not ask Bodhisattva Liansheng for help with the Clear River sex problem? Gu Qin asked with a frown as he looked at the shrinking dots in the distance. There are some favors that can be owed and some that cannot. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Chapter 111. Adoptive father, why didn't you ask Bodhisattva Liansheng for help with the Clear River sex problem? Gu Qin asked with a frown as he looked at the shrinking dots in the distance. There are some favors that can be owed and some that cannot be owed. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Oh. Gu Qin said, feeling confused. Furthermore, we do not need Bodhisattva Liansheng for the Clear River sect. Why should we trouble him? Gu Hai smiled. However, the Clear River sect has a ritual array protecting it. There is a spirit stone mine outside the Clear River sect. However, Song Pingsheng definitely took away all the spirit stones. Only the mine remains. Who knows how long it would take to mine it slowly? Without spirit stones, how is adoptive father going to lay the ritual array? Gu Qin frowned. There will be spirit stones. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Oh. Have you forgotten what our Gu residence is for? Gu Hai smiled. Our Gu residence? A merchant who borrows chickens to lay eggs. Gu Qin's expression changed. That's right. Many principles in the world are interconnected. If we need something, why not borrow it? Wouldn't it be fine as long as we pay sufficient interest? Gu Hai said with certainty. However, who are we borrowing from? We. Gu Qin showed a complicated expression. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Adoptive father, are you talking about borrowing from the cultivators spying on our Gu residence? Borrowing from the cultivators preparing to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? Gu Qin looked at Gu Hai in shock. Why not? Gu Hai smiled. But, all right. Gu Qin revealed a bitter expression. You can view this as a business transaction. If we take over the Clear River sect, won't we have an endless supply of spirit stones? At that time, we will pay double the spirit stones we borrowed. We will still profit, right? Don't feel too conflicted. Just view it as a business transaction. That will do. Gu Hai said. Yes. Quickly go and do it. Use my name and Elite Hall's name to borrow the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach as collateral. I will place the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach in a conspicuous place. Gu Hai said. Yes. 2 hours later. All the cultivators outside the Gu residence received invitations from the Gu residence. Quick. Come and look. Gu Hai took out the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach. A cultivator shouted from afar. Suddenly, large numbers of Xiuzhe heard the sound and gathered around. However, Shaoqin saw that the Gu residence was still enveloped by a fog ritual array. However, at the edge of the Grand Cloud Mist Formation was a high platform. On the high platform was a dazzling golden peach. The peach was right in front of him. As long as he jumped, he would be able to get it. But at this moment, no one dared to snatch it. All of them looked at the Century Lifespan Immortality Peaches with complicated expressions. Century Lifespan Immortality Peach? Is it really the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach? Just now, someone told me that Gu Hai wants to borrow spirit stones from us. I'll borrow it for a month. After a month, I'll return you double the amount. Are you kidding me? Gu Hai wants to borrow spirit stones from us. I'll double it in 1 month. With the century lifespan immortality peach as a hostage, everyone can guard it. Elite Hall's reputation should be correct. Do you need to borrow spirit stones? Many shouja showed suspicious expressions as they looked at the nearby century lifespan immortality peach. Greed filled their eyes. However, despite their greed, no one dared to snatch it. Now, everyone knew that they could not snatch the century lifespan immortality peach just because they wanted to. Gu Hai wants to borrow spirit stones. Gu Hai already snatched so many spirit stones from the Great Feng Mafia family. Is that not enough? Indeed. He sure wants to get it. I definitely won't lend it to him. Many people were not willing, but some were willing. The Gu residents set up many tables outside the ritual array. Many Gu resident servants stood at the sides, in charge of writing promissory notes. Some evil men were in charge of protecting them. Is it true that we'll double the amount in 1 month? A shouja asked as he walked to a table. You can go and ask around. Since my master said so, when has he ever gone back on his word? An old shopkeeper at that table said as he rolled his eyes. In that case, I'll borrow 10 inferior grade spirit stones to try. That shouja said after thinking for a while. Sorry, my master said that the minimum loan is 10 medial grade spirit stones. We don't want anything less. It's too troublesome to register. That old shopkeeper said as he rolled his eyes. What? The other shouja immediately glared. 10 medial grade spirit stones equaled 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This Gu Hai had a huge appetite. I'll return 20 medial grade spirit stones to you in 1 month. Where else have you encountered such a good deal? Only my master. You don't even trust Elite Hall's reputation. Hurry up. Hurry up. If you don't want to lend, don't block the people behind you. The old shopkeeper said coldly. Indeed. If you don't want to lend, I'll do it. Just for the sake of this century lifespan immortality peach, I'm willing to lend, too. Indeed. Just for Elite Hall's reputation, I'm willing to lend, too. The group of people at the back started making a ruckus. Some of them were evil men pretending to be ordinary shouja. Who says I'm not going to lend? 1 superior grade spirit stone. That shouja said with a glare. 1 superior grade spirit stone. 1 month later, return 2. Sign your name. Go over there and sign the huge promissory note. The old shopkeeper said seriously. That shouja signed a bunch of things in a daze. Then, he took the promissory note and was led to a large silk cloth at the side. Then, he compared the promissory note and wrote his name on the silk cloth again. After that, no one bothered with him. That shouja grabbed the promissory note and looked at it. Then, he showed a complicated expression. Can I really get it back in 1 month? Senior brother, you actually borrowed a superior grade spirit stone. Can you get it back? A cultivator at the side asked out of curiosity. Nonsense. Even if I don't trust Gu Hai, do you think I don't trust Elite Hall? Will Elite Hall renege on their debt? 1 month later, it will be 2 superior grade spirit stones. Why are you still not going? Are you fools? That shouja shouted. In the blink of an eye, the person who borrowed the spirit stone made up his mind and started encouraging the others to go. With a start, the rest went much smoother. At the top of the soaring pagoda in the Gu residence, Gu Hai quietly watched the noisy scene outside. Adoptive father, even these shouja are convinced by your reputation, Gu Qin said with a smile. No, I can borrow it, not because of my reputation but because of Elite Hall's reputation. Elite Hall's reputation is credibility. This is not enough. Next, I used the century lifespan immortality peach to show my sincerity. Next, I put out a large promissory note for them to monitor and lower their guard. Finally, I used the promise of twice the profit every month to tempt them into borrowing the spirit stones. I paid too much. My risk was greater than theirs. This is a great taboo for us merchant clans. However, I had no choice. Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. 3 days later, the loan deadline came. Outside the Gu residence, a large piece of silk with names written all over it was on display for everyone to see. Next, the century lifespan immortality peach was placed before everyone as a pledge. Countless shoujo waited, each with their own thoughts. Gu Hai led the 3,000 evil men out of the Gu residence. Then, he headed for the Clear River sect. At the Clear River sect, Song Pingsheng smashed a vase on the ground. Frustration filled Song Pingsheng's face. Gu Hai lied to me. The challenge letter was fake. He went to the first Song sect. Song Pingsheng said with an unsightly expression. The group of first Song sect disciples lowered their heads, not saying anything. You bunch of trash. If not for Mr. Fu, I would still be in the dark. Song Pingsheng said angrily. Fu Shui sat on a chair at the side, drinking tea as he watched everything coldly. Alright, Sect Master Song. Now is not the time to talk about this. Has that old man, the Clear River Sect Master, confessed? Song Pingsheng suppressed the rage in his heart and took a deep breath. Then, he shook his head and said, Not yet. He is very stubborn. Stubborn? In that case, let's put in more effort. Fu Shui's eyes turned somewhat gloomy. Oh. He is from the Yuanying state. Modifying him will consume a lot of my energy. However, for the sake of the dragon vein, we need to get to the bottom of this. Bring me over. I'll modify him. Fu Shui said coldly. That's fine. Song Pingsheng answered. 2 days later, in this large hall, Fu Shui and Song Pingsheng sat together, both of them showing sullen expressions. He entered the netherworld. That venerable Lun Yen is a problem. There is also that unborn man. Fu Shui said with a sullen expression. He does not know how venerable Lun Yen returned. He only knows that he returned from somewhere in the Clear River sect. How troublesome. If we know where they returned, we can set up an ambush in advance. We can also capture venerable Lun Yen. Song Pingsheng said with a frown. Continue searching, then. Search every place in the Clear River sect. Fu Shui said seriously. Song Pingsheng nodded. Gu Hai has Bodhisattva Yensheng. However, based on that Bodhisattva Yensheng's attitude toward me, it means that he does not want to participate in our matters. This is good as well. However, we cannot barge into the Gu residence. Fu Shui said with a frown. Gu Hai went to the first Song sect once. Will he go a second time? Given Gu Hai's deceptive methods, how can the sect disciples not be deceived? Fu Shui's expression sank as he said, That's right. Hence, I need to return. You have to be careful as well. He might come to the Clear River sect as well. I'll guard the Clear River sect, and you guard the first Song sect. It is best to be careful. Had I known that Gu Hai was so difficult to deal with, I would have destroyed him long ago. Song Pingsheng said coldly. Fu Shui nodded. Then, he flew out of the large hall and quickly headed for the first Song sect. As Song Pingsheng watched Fu Shui leave, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Fu Shui, I am putting the entire first Song sect on the line. Don't disappoint me. For the sake of the dragon vein, any loss is worth it. Chapter 112. Clear River Sect. Inside a pavilion, Song Pingsheng looked at a red-clad first Song sect disciple before him. Not long ago, Gu Hai laid the 28-line pair world ritual array in the first Song sect. Song Pingsheng looked at that red-clad disciple. Yes. That ritual array is very powerful. Even the primogenitor did not gain an advantage over it, leaving more than 100 wounds on his body. A flood dragon. Even a flood dragon's physical body could not endure it. Song Pingsheng said with an unsightly expression. Sect Master, I think that the Clear River sect still needs to be careful. That Gu Hai is treacherous and crafty. He has the ritual array, but... That red-clad disciple said worriedly. What are you afraid of? Didn't Fu Shui say that? Gu Hai needs a large number of spirit stones. Does he still have spirit stones? Back then, he used my sect's spirit stone mine in the first Song sect. Now, he does not have any spirit stones. How is he going to lay the ritual array? If he cannot lay the ritual array, he is just an innate realm cultivator. Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes, the key is spirit stones. Gu Hai does not have any spirit stones. Report. A white-clad disciple rushed into the hall. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to monitor the Gu residence? Did something happen at the Gu residence? Song Pingsheng asked seriously. Yes. This subordinate is here to report. That Gu Hai is borrowing spirit stones from all the nearby cultivators. The white-clad disciple said anxiously. Borrowing spirit stones? What a joke. Those people were all preparing to rob Gu Hai. How could they lend spirit stones to Gu Hai? Song Pingsheng said coldly. However, they did. Furthermore, they borrowed everything they had. The white-clad disciple said with a bitter smile. Song Pingsheng. How can that be? Are they crazy? Are they lending spirit stones to Gu Hai? Song Pingsheng said angrily while glaring. The white-clad disciple immediately explained everything. Song Pingsheng. Sect Master, Gu Hai already has spirit stones. The red-clad disciple at the side said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingsheng quivered. That's right, Gu Hai has spirit stones. Does that mean he can set up arrays? It is impossible for Gu Hai to leave the spirit stones at home. He will definitely make a move. He will either go to the First Song sect or the Clear River sect. It's very likely that he's already on his way here. The red-clothed disciple said with an ugly expression. There is no need to worry. It is useless even if they come. The Clear River sect's array is already activated. They cannot enter. Song Pingsheng said. However, the 28-line pair worldly formation is truly powerful. We can't be careless. Back then, it was a heaven-shaking roar that came from the grand array that beat back the progenitor. The red-clothed disciple said worriedly. Don't worry. He definitely won't be able to break the Clear River sect's grand array. By the way, what was the first roar in the 28-line pair world grand array? Song Pingsheng asked with a frown. I can't remember clearly. I think. The red-robed disciple tried to recall. At that moment, a deafening roar came from outside the Clear Stream sect. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. Hong! A loud sound rang out. Suddenly, the Clear River sect shook like mountains were shaking. The pavilion that Song Pingsheng stood in shook violently. Sect Master, Gu Hai is here. Gu Hai broke the ritual array. Sect Master, the protective ritual array broke. Gu Hai is here. The shouts of the First Song sect disciples rang out in the surroundings. Right. That's the voice. He has the strength to pick up mountains, and his might unrivaled. The red-clothed disciple suddenly shouted. Scram! Song Pingsheng roared while glaring, kicking the red-clothed disciple to the ground. Do you think I don't know at this point? Do I need you to tell me? Bunch of trash. I told you to investigate Gu Hai's whereabouts. You only discovered it when Gu Hai broke the ritual array. What is the use of having you? Song Pingsheng shouted while glaring. Song Pingsheng soared into the air as he roared, flying in the direction of the loud sound. Outside the Clear River sect, within a large ritual array formed by clouds and fog, quickly collect the spirit stones. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clouds and fog immediately scattered, and the evil men collected the spirit stones. Then, they followed Gu Hai into the interior of the Clear River sect. "Milord, it's over there. That peak is where the Hall Master used to live." Chen Tianshan pointed in a direction. "Let's go." Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The 3,000 evil men followed closely behind. "It's Gu Hai. Stop right there. How bold. Gu Hai, how dare you barge into the Clear River sect?" Some First Song sect disciples immediately appeared in the surroundings. They all held up their weapons and pointed them at Gu Hai. "Don't bother with them. They only dare to shout." Gu Hai shouted. "Yes." The 3,000 evil men answered. Indeed, the group of First Song sect disciples who shouted earlier did not dare to go forward. They had heard of the ferocious might of this group of people many times. If they went forward in groups of 2s and 3s, they would be trampled to death without even fighting. Rumble. The group of evil men quickly ran into the distance. "Milord, it's Song Pingsheng." One of the evil men suddenly shouted. "Gu Hai." Suddenly, a furious shout rang out in the air. "Lay the ritual array." Gu Hai shouted, his expression changing. Bang! The 3,000 evil men had already received instructions, so they quickly buried the spirit stones. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and boundless fog suddenly rose from the ground. This fog enveloped everyone. "Who?" Song Pingsheng suddenly stopped in midair. "Gu Hai, you are really bold. To think that you dare to barge in." Song Pingsheng shouted while glaring. "I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world." Shing! Suddenly, a huge halberd charged out of the boundless fog. Song Pingsheng's expression changed as he swung his sword. Boom! The manifested sword and the halberd clashed. With a loud sound, the manifested sword shattered. However, the halberd's momentum did not decrease as it continued towards Song Pingsheng. "Oh no!" Song Pingsheng's expression changed as he moved back. Rip! The halberd chopped off Song Pingsheng's sleeve. A large wound appeared on Song Pingsheng's arm, causing blood to flow out. After retreating far away, Song Pingsheng showed a ferocious expression. "Humph! Gu Hai, you are truly seeking death. Are the spirit stones you borrowed enough? I heard from Fu Shui that you drained a large number of spirit stones at the First Song sect. Are the spirit stones you borrowed enough for you? Let's see what you are going to do when you run out of spirit stones." The surrounding First Song sect disciples and Clear River sect traders surrounded Song Pingsheng. "Song Pingsheng, you are seeking death this time. To think that you dare to attack Elite Hall. Are you tired of living? I am here today to take you down. In the name of Elite Hall." Gu Hai said coldly from the ritual array. "Humph! Why don't you come, then? Ha 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 ha. You can't leave, right? Your ritual array can only stop in one place and cannot be moved, right?" Song Pingsheng sneered. The 28-line pair world ritual array could not be moved. Once it ran out of spirit stones, it would be Gu Hai's end. Buzz! The cloudy ritual array trembled slightly. Then, it slowly started to move. "What? Sect Master, how can this ritual array move? It's moving. It's really moving. Quick! Move back." The expressions of the First Song sect disciples changed dramatically. Song Pingsheng's expression also changed dramatically. "It's moving. That's impossible. Why is it moving? Didn't Fu Shui say that the 28-line pair world ritual array could not be moved?" However, the ritual array slowly moved in one direction. The 3,000 evil men fanned out in the cloudy ritual array again, sending their veritable energy forward to Gu Hai, who was at the very front. As Gu Hai stretched out his hand, he sent out boundless clouds and fog. At the same time, 10 odd evil men focused on collecting the spirit stones on the ground. The 28-line pair world ritual array had already been removed. Now, it was the heavenly saber death match. The group of evil men supported Gu Hai and slowly headed for where Long Wanqing used to live. Everywhere the evil men passed, the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators dodged in horror. Song Pingxing flew in the air, wanting to barge into the ritual array several times to see what was going on. However, he stopped every time. The might of that halberd was still fresh in his mind. If he had not dodged quickly, perhaps, why can it move? Why can the 28-line pair world ritual array move? Song Pingxing showed a ferocious expression. However, the ritual array continued to move slowly. It slowly headed for a mountain peak. Song Pingxing and the 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded the cloudy ritual array, not daring to go forward. However, they could not just let Gu Hai wander about as he pleased. When would he run out of spirit stones? Sect Master, that direction. They are going in that direction, a spirit-assimilated cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Song Pingxing's expression changed. Isn't that direction where Long Wanqing used to live? That is where I left the Clear River sect to search. Could it be that Gu Hai knows how to find the entrance to Venerable Lun Yan's return? Or perhaps, Gu Hai is here to summon Venerable Lun Yan back. Right, that must be the case. Song Pingxing's expression changed. Song Pingxing had never been able to see through Venerable Lun Yan. This person was cultured and refined. However, Venerable Lun Yan had discovered that Song Pingxing had eavesdropped on Long Wanqing's conversations several times. This showed that this person was extraordinary. I have to stop Gu Hai. That's not right. I have a solution. Song Pingxing narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! Song Pingxing suddenly flew into the distance, vanishing from everyone's sight. Milord, Song Pingxing disappeared. Chen Tianshan called out. Ignore him. Go to the hall master's residence first. Gu Hai called out. Yes, everyone answered. The group quickly rushed to the mountain peak where Long Wanqing was. At this moment Song Pingxing led the group around Gu Hai and flew to Long Wanqing's residence. Tie him up. Make it look more like it. Song Pingxing shouted. Yes. The spirit-assimilated cultivators quickly tied a man to a torture rack with chains. This man was none other than the Clear River sect master. The Clear River sect master showed a complicated expression. He showed a pained expression. Clear River sect master, Li Qinghe, you are already on the same side as us. What is there to struggle about? You can't turn back. Song Pingxing said coldly. Li Qinghe showed an unsightly expression, but he still nodded. I know. I am neither human nor ghost because of you. I can't turn back. However, Song Pingxing, you will not have a good ending either. Why didn't you say that when you were eating people? Furthermore, Li Qinghe, you are a mutated spirit-assimilated cultivator. Even Fu Shui is envious of your mutated mystical abilities. Remember this. You are spirit-assimilated by Fu Shui. He is your primogenitor. If the primogenitor wants you to die, you will die. What is the point of remaining loyal to Elite Hall? Alright, I won't speak nonsense with you. In a while, Gu Hai will be coming over. Pretend to be a prisoner, and then, you know what will happen. Song Pingxing said sullenly. Humph. Li Qinghe snorted coldly. Alright, Gu Hai and the others are coming. Let's go. Song Pingxing shouted. Whoosh. Song Pingxing led the spirit-assimilated cultivators away, leaving Li Qinghe tied to the torture rack, looking haggard and unconscious. Chapter 113. There were many houses on the mountain peak where Long Wanqing stayed. Gu Hai's group quickly arrived at the mountain peak, shrouded in fog. The spirit-assimilated cultivators and Song Pingsheng surrounded them, all of them watching with sullen expressions. Due to the fog ritual array, everyone felt fear in their hearts. Sect Master, there should be no problem, right? A spirit-assimilated cultivator asked softly. Fu Shui's guess was right. Gu Hai went to the first Song sect and got some information. He knows how to find Venerable Lun Yen. Song Pingsheng said with an unsightly expression. "Milord, we are here." Chen Tianshan called out. "Shangguan Hen." Gu Hai ordered. "Begin." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." 10 odd evil men separated from the group and quickly laid the ritual array using the remaining spirit stones according to the method that Gu Hai taught them. Then, they laid the 28-line pair world ritual array shrouded in fog again. "It's done." Gu Hai shouted. "Yes." All the evil men let go at the same time. The fog immediately scattered. The instant the fog scattered, everything was exposed. All the spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. "Ah! Isn't this the 28-line pair world ritual array? Is this the simplified heavenly saber death match with layering of energy?" Many people recognized it. After all, this was what the great Feng Mafia family used to capture Li Wei. "Gu Hai, how dare you lie to me?" Song Pingsheng glared as he swung his sword. "It was not earlier, but it is now. Rise!" Gu Hai shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, rolling white fog rose from the ground and enveloped the entire mountain peak in an instant. "Break!" Xiang Yu's shout came from the white fog. "Xing!" Xiang Yu swung his halberd again. Boom! Song Pingsheng's manifested sword scattered. Song Pingsheng's expression changed as he quickly retreated, barely dodging the attack. "Gu Hai, I won't let you off." Song Pingsheng roared furiously. Fog covered the entire mountain peak. The evil men immediately heaved sighs of relief and guffawed. They looked at Gu Hai with even more respect. There was nothing that Sir couldn't do. "Search that rock." Gu Hai shouted. "Yes." The 3,000 evil men quickly rushed about. Gu Hai also rushed to the room where Long Wanqing used to live. Although Gao Xianji got the news from the 3 servants, she couldn't describe what the stone looked like. Everyone quickly searched for him. "Ah! It's the sect master!" Chen Tianshan exclaimed in wild joy. Not far away, on a rack, Li Qinghe was being tortured, unconscious. Chen Tianshan was about to step forward. "Director Chen, you can't." Gao Xianji suddenly shouted. "What are you doing?" Chen Tianshan asked, glaring. "Milord's order is to find the stone first and deal with Li Qinghe later." "I feel that something is wrong." Gao Xianji shouted. "But, you guys look for the stones, I'll go." Chen Tianshan shouted. "Have you forgotten about the innate puzzle world?" Gao Xianji shouted. Chen Tianshan's expression changed as he nodded. The group quickly went around the rack and searched the various rooms. Li Qinghe pretended to be unconscious on the rack. However, his face twitched. Li Qinghe did not expect that these people would be on guard against him even though he already looked so miserable. Did they not have any sympathy for him? What were they looking for? "Found it, milord." Scar suddenly cried out in joy. "Oh!" Everyone ran out of their rooms. Scar held a stone and walked over to Gu Hai. "Milord, quickly summon Venerable Lun Yen back. Our spirit stones will run out soon." Shangguan Hen said anxiously from not far away. "Running out of spirit stones?" Everyone's expression changed. "Smash it!" Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Li Qinghe opened his eyes and suddenly charged forward. Boom! The rack exploded, and Li Qinghe suddenly charged over. Then, he charged at the stone in Scar's hand. The expressions of the evil men changed. Sect Master. Qin Tianshan's expression changed. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled, a loud roar rang out. However, Gu Hai was the most alert. He suddenly materialized his halberd. Boom! The halberd smashed into Li Qinghe. Bang! Ah! Li Qinghe dodged by the skin of his teeth. However, the halberd chopped off his right arm. He clutched his right arm, horror in his eyes. Sect Master, what are you doing? Qin Tianshan exclaimed. It's over. Milord, the spirit stones are shattering. The evil man in charge of the ritual array on the other side said anxiously. Pa! Dao Ba suddenly crushed the stone. Buzz! Space trembled slightly, but it soon stopped. Where is he? Gao Xianji's expression changed. He's gone. Venerable Lun Yan did not come out. Was he tricked? Qin Tianshan exclaimed. No, he shouldn't have been tricked. However, Venerable Lun Yan just received the news and still needs to rush back. He still needs some time, Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Milord, there are not enough spirit stones. What should we do? The evil men in charge of the ritual array asked anxiously. Ha 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 ha. There are not enough spirit stones. The ritual array can no longer support it, right? Li Qinghe guffawed. Sect Master, we are here to save you. Why are you? Qin Tianshan said anxiously. Li Qinghe's expression changed. Sometimes, it was sorrowful, sometimes, it was angry. Save me. You only came now. What is the point of coming now? What is the point? Li Qinghe shouted in grief and indignation. However, aren't you still alive? Qin Tianshan cried out, feeling confused. Whoosh! Suddenly, Li Qinghe's body was surrounded by a scarlet evil aura. When the evil aura appeared, it was like a storm that wrapped around Li Qinghe. Crack! 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 A spirit-assimilated cultivator. Everyone's expression changed. Is there still any use? Li Qinghe roared in grief and indignation. Sect Master Li, let's give this matter further thought. Gu Hai shouted. Give this matter further thought. Humph. It is already too late. Turn all of you into stone. Li Qinghe said coldly. As Li Qinghe spoke coldly, his eyes suddenly released a dazzling red light. Turn into stone. Everyone revealed confused expressions. What does that mean? However, Gu Hai's expression changed. He shouted, don't look at his eyes. As Gu Hai spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world. A halberd suddenly appeared out of nowhere and chopped down at Li Qinghe. Ah! Ah! As the evil men screamed miserably, their bodies immediately stiffened. Their bodies grew increasingly stiff, and they slowly turned gray. Then, they froze in place, motionless. Roar! Li Qinghe punched at the halberd. Crack! Crack! As the halberd chopped down, it vanished. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Li Qinghe crashed into the illusory halberd. Bang! The halberd knocked Li Qinghe into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. A huge gash opened from his right shoulder to his left waist, and his internal organs spilled out. Bang! Li Qinghe landed at the foot of the mountain outside the ritual array. The halberd was also completely shattered at that moment. Now that Shao Qin had drained all his spirit stones, he could no longer form the halberd. Crack! 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 Aside from Gu Hai averting his gaze for an instant, all the 3,000 evil men on the mountain peak stiffened and slowly turned to stone. Gu Hai stood among the stone statues and inhaled sharply. Medusa. Snake-headed people. Petrification magic power. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Scar, Shengguan Hen. Gu Hai called out to everyone. However, everyone had already turned into stone statues, not moving at all. No one knew how long Venerable Lun Yen would take to return. At this moment, the ritual array had already drained most of its spirit stones. It could no longer form the halberd, leaving only this hazy white fog. No one knew how much longer the white fog could last. Outside, Li Qinghe landed on the ground, spraying out a large amount of blood. The spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately surrounded him. Li Qinghe, are you all right? Song Pingsheng quickly took out a medicinal pill and handed it to him. I am out of strength. It's all up to you. I have already petrified everyone. His ritual array is broken as well. Without spirit stones, he can no longer form the halberd. Quickly, go in. They crushed the stone to summon Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen will be back soon. Li Qinghe called out weakly. Li Qinghe's stomach was already ripped open. He could survive only because of his strength. However, he could no longer enter the ritual array. Venerable Lun Yen will be back soon. Song Pingsheng's expression changed. Quickly, go in. I petrified all of them. The ritual array is also broken. Quickly. Li Qinghe shouted. They are all petrified. The ritual array is broken. Song Pingsheng's eyes lit up. Everyone, listen up. Song Pingsheng shouted as though he was summoning all the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Inside the ritual array, Gu Hai suddenly heard Song Pingsheng's shout. Knowing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped inspecting the stone statues and shouted, Song Pingsheng, why are you still not coming in and sending yourselves to death? Gu Hai's shout caused Song Pingsheng's words to stop abruptly. Didn't you say that everyone was petrified? Song Pingsheng stared at Li Qinghe. Only Gu Hai remains. He managed to dodge. Quickly, he is the only one left. Crush him to death at any time. Li Qinghe shouted. Song Pingsheng showed hesitation on his face. The ritual array no longer has spirit stones to support it. Quickly, take down Gu Hai. Li Qinghe called out anxiously. Song Pingsheng looked at Li Qinghe, then at the ritual array before him. However, he did not dare to take the risk. Li Qinghe was spirit assimilated, and his life force was stronger. Hence, he did not die. If Song Pingsheng got hit by the halberd, he would be finished. Is the ritual array really crippled? Song Pingsheng felt anxious, as Venerable Lun Yen would be returning soon. They needed to lay in ambush. Hence, they needed to break this ritual array. Everyone, listen up. The ritual array no longer has any power. All the evil men have been petrified. Only Gu Hai remains. Take down Gu Hai. Quickly, take down Gu Hai. Song Pingsheng shouted. The spirit-assimilated cultivators looked at each other and nodded in the end. Then, they drew their weapons and ventured into the fog. The 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly entered the ritual array. At the center of the ritual array, Gu Hai looked at the 3,000 petrified evil men with a sullen expression. Indeed, the ritual array was already useless. Venerable Lun Yen had not returned yet. Now, Shaoqin had to face 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators and Song Pingsheng alone. The ritual array really did not block me. The ritual array is really crippled. Ha! Quickly, follow me up the mountain. A spirit-assimilated cultivator's joyful voice came from the fog. More spirit-assimilated cultivators entered the ritual array. However, Song Pingsheng supported Li Qinghe. His eyelids twitched slightly as he waited quietly. The 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators headed up the mountain. Now, only Gu Hai remained on the mountain. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly as he let out a long breath. Then, he tore open the clothes on his chest. Whoosh! Surging black energy came out of Gu Hai's body. Suddenly, a rib bone pierced through the skin at his chest, and a handle slowly appeared. Life Ender, fight with me. Gu Hai said with a cold look in his eyes. Shing! Xiaoqian drew the Life Ender saber from his chest, and surging black energy poured out. Chapter 114. At Song Pingsheng's command, the spirit-assimilated cultivators charged at the ritual array. The ritual array is broken. It is just fog, just fog. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry up the mountain, a spirit-assimilated cultivator cried out in pleasant surprise. It's the same over here. It is just fog. Ha! Only Gu Hai is here. Capture him. He can't run. The spirit-assimilated cultivators rushed up the mountain. As they rushed up the mountain, they quickly transformed, covering their bodies in a scarlet aura. Their hair turned into snake heads, and they pushed their strength to the limits. After all, Gu Hai was infamous. Although the spirit-assimilated cultivators had come on orders, they still remained extremely careful. Outside, Song Pingsheng protected Li Qinghe as he looked coldly at the ritual array. Song Pingsheng, go in. Quickly. If you go, you can crush Gu Hai to death with just a stretch of your hand. Li Qinghe urged. However, Song Pingsheng shook his head and said, this Gu Hai knows how to trick. Wait a little longer. You don't believe me? Li Qinghe asked, feeling depressed. Song Pingsheng ignored him, waiting patiently. The 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators rushed up the mountain. Soon, the first spirit-assimilated cultivator reached the summit. Despite the fog, the spirit-assimilated cultivator still managed to see 3,000 stone statues. Stone statues? Is what Li Qinghe said true? That spirit-assimilated cultivator said, his eyes lighting up. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black saber charged over. Oh no! That spirit-assimilated cultivator's expression changed as he quickly dodged. However, the black saber still managed to open a bloody wound. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of black energy poured into the wound around the black saber. Many small skulls materialized in the black energy. Crack! 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 The small skulls quickly tore at that spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh. Gu Hai! Arg! That spirit-assimilated cultivator had just discovered Gu Hai when he screamed miserably. Countless skulls entered his body, and he turned into a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. Crack! 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 Just as Gu Hai was about to leave, the black gas had already passed through his body, leaving behind a pile of bones. After consuming the spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh, the small skull immediately turned into black energy and entered the Life Ender saber. In the blink of an eye, energy surged into Gu Hai's body. Phew, so comfortable. Gu Hai exhaled deeply, as if all the pores on his body had opened up in an instant. Just now, that spirit-assimilated cultivator's scream instantly spread out in all directions. Outside the array, Song Pingsheng's expression changed. She grabbed her long sword and put her guard up. The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the fog also paused. The snake heads filled with frustration. Quick, I saw it. It's Gu Hai. He's the one who killed senior brother. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. At that moment, Gu Hai slashed his saber at him. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. The Life Ender saber instantly broke that person's sword and cut open one of the snake heads. Who? Billowing black gas surged out. Arg! 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 That person screamed miserably as he suddenly turned into a pile of withered bones. The miserable cries sounded incredibly horrifying, flustering the others in the ritual array. The fog spread out, and the spirit-assimilated cultivators slowed significantly. The spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly formed groups and headed for the center. The group's vision was not clear. Only Gu Hai could see clearly. Xing! With one saber strike, Gu Hai charged into a small group of 5. It's Gu Hai. Quickly, kill him. Arg! Dang! 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 In the small group of 5, Gu Hai started a massacre. Fortunately, they were all innate realm cultivators. Gu Hai was a 7th layer innate realm cultivator and cultivated a physical cultivation technique. His explosive power rivaled a golden core realm cultivator's. Furthermore, the Life Ender saber in his hand was a divine weapon. With one strike, he shattered the spirit-assimilated cultivator's manifested sword body. As long as a wound appeared, thousands of skeletons immediately gnawed at that spirit-assimilated cultivator. Arg! 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 What saber is that? No! How long have you been in the innate realm? How can you be so strong? Amid a series of miserable cries, black energy swept out, and piles of withered bones appeared. The miserable cries made the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators even more cautious. The snake heads on their heads looked around in a frenzy. Gu Hai, come out. I'm going to eat your heart and liver. I'm going to eat you. Come out. Miserable cries and curses rang out in the fog. However, the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators did not dare to leave. They only stuck close to each other, keeping their guard up. As Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber, his body trembled as energy surged into his body. This was an indescribable excitement. Amid this excitement, he felt like he was going to kill everyone. Crack! 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 A large amount of black energy surrounded Gu Hai, looking like it was encasing him. As more spirit-assimilated cultivators died, the black energy increased as well. Shaochen rubbed his left shoulder. A spirit-assimilated cultivator's sword had inflicted a wound on his left shoulder while he was killing the demon earlier. However, Gu Hai did not care about this wound. Instead, he surrounded the stone statue, doing his best to protect it. There are more over there. Gu Hai glared as he charged at another group of 10 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Gu Hai is coming. Quick, over here. Come over here together. A spirit-assimilated cultivator suddenly roared, his snake heads appearing extremely berserk. Dang! 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 The Life Ender saber cut through everything, welcoming the saber and sword as it quickly attacked the group. Xing! Xing! Many saber chi surged out as the spirit-assimilated cultivators did their best to block. After all, Gu Hai was too strong. Boom! Suddenly, the black energy encased a spirit-assimilated cultivator. In the blink of an eye, countless skulls gnawed at him, reducing him to a pile of bones. Arg! 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 You demon! Demon! The spirit-assimilated cultivator at the side exclaimed. Demon? You are the demons. I am the killing demon, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Gu Hai shouted as he continued charging. Kill him! Rattle! Rattle! Suddenly, Gu Hai swung his saber, and a large number of sabers and swords broke. Without their weapons, they were even more dangerous before Gu Hai. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. Only one spirit-assimilated cultivator managed to escape. Gu Hai gave chase. Don't chase me! Don't chase me! That spirit-assimilated cultivator cried out. Xing! The saber cut that spirit-assimilated cultivator's head. Then, Gu Hai turned around and ran, charging at the other spirit-assimilated cultivators. The battle in the ritual array immediately intensified. Outside, Song Pingsheng's eyelids twitched wildly. How can this be? Only Gu Hai. In that case, why are they screaming like that? This group of trash can't even deal with one Gu Hai. Song Pingsheng said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingsheng, go. Quickly go. Li Qinghe urged anxiously. Song Pingsheng's eyelids twitched wildly, but he still hesitated. Inside, Gu Hai finally met a golden core cultivator. Boom! The two clashed, and Gu Hai moved back. He did not seem to be as strong as that golden core cultivator. Ha ha ha! You can't do it after meeting me, right? The innate realm is just the innate realm, that golden core cultivator with snake heads roared ferociously. Whoosh! Gu Hai suddenly charged over again. Again. Chop! The Life Ender Saber chopped down again. Humph! First Song Sword Technique, break, that golden core spirit assimilated cultivator roared. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud clash, and the golden core spirit assimilated cultivator's sword broke. What saber technique is that? The golden core spirit assimilated cultivator exclaimed. Shing! 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 The spirit assimilated cultivator's sword chi cut a wound on Gu Hai's leg. Then, the Life Ender Saber left a bloody wound on his arm. Holding his leg, Gu Hai turned around and fled, his movements somewhat inconvenient. Don't run, that golden core spirit assimilated cultivator shouted coldly, wanting to give chase. Whoosh! Surging black energy wrapped around him. Arg! Arg! No! The golden core spirit assimilated cultivator screamed miserably. Da-cha! In the blink of an eye, only a pile of withered bones remained. After a while, 200 withered bones had piled up on the mountain. The expressions of the people who charged up later changed dramatically. No! How can it be like this? The group of spirit assimilated cultivators exclaimed. Gu Hai held the Life Ender Saber as he rushed around. As for the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators, some of them retreated in horror. Only a few of them continued to charge forward. A large number of spirit-assimilated cultivators fled, causing Song Pingsheng's expression to change. Bastards! There are so many of you, but you can't kill Gu Hai. Song Pingsheng scolded angrily. Sect Master, Senior Brother, Martial Uncle, and the others all died. Did you hear that scream? There was only one scream, and it was gone. It was gone, that spirit-assimilated cultivator cried out in horror. Song Pingsheng, quickly go. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Hurry. The ritual array is already broken. Only Gu Hai remains. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Li Qinghe called out anxiously. Song Pingsheng showed a complicated expression. Kacha! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the cloudy ritual array shook. Oh no! I used up all the spirit stones. Gu Hai showed an unsightly expression as he stabbed a spirit-assimilated cultivator with his saber. Walala! After draining all the spirit stones, the ritual array suddenly vanished, and the clouds slowly scattered. The spirit-assimilated cultivators fleeing down the mountain stopped and looked up. Finally, they saw Gu Hai clearly. Gu Hai held a thin, long saber. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. Blood flowed from 5 wounds on his body. Black energy surrounded Gu Hai, making him look like a fiendish demon. Gu Hai looked like a fiendish demon. Gu Hai guarded the 3,000 stone statues. Around the 3,000 stone statues, there were piles of white bones lying on the ground. The clothes on the bones were gone. Song Pingsheng, Li Qinghe, and the spirit-assimilated cultivators goggled. Where are the corpses? Where are the corpses of the screaming senior brothers, junior brothers, and martial uncles? There are no corpses, only those 200 skeletons. Looking at the skeletons, everyone quivered. What had happened? The spirit-assimilated cultivators did not even fear eating humans. However, when they saw the people who were alive earlier turn into bones, a chill spread from their feet to their entire bodies. The spirit-assimilated cultivators who wanted to charge up the mountain felt their scalps go numb as they stopped. Song Pingsheng's face twitched as well. When she saw the black energy surrounding Gu Hai, she felt a chill in her heart. Quick! Go quickly! Li Qinghe shouted. All right. Song Pingsheng stepped forward and soared into the air. Although Song Pingsheng felt a chill in her heart, she knew that Gu Hai was not a match for her. She had to destroy Gu Hai first. Buzz! However, at this moment, a ripple appeared in the air not far from Gu Hai. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed, revealing a look of joy. What? Could it be that Venerable Lun Yen is returning? Song Pingsheng's expression changed. Suddenly, Song Pingsheng charged towards the ripple in the air. It looked like she would chop down Venerable Lun Yen the moment he appeared. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. Song Pingsheng was trying to ambush Venerable Lun Yen. Life Ender, chop! Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Then, he soared into the air and swung his saber at Song Pingsheng. This saber strike contained all of Gu Hai's energy. Surging black energy surged towards Song Pingsheng. Song Pingsheng's expression changed as he swung his sword to the side. Boom! The manifested sword and saber chi clashed. The strong force knocked Gu Hai back. Bang! After being knocked back, Gu Hai crashed into a small house and fell into the rubble. Blarg! Gu Hai vomited a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a crack seemed to have been torn open in the void, and a white robe emerged from the crack. It's coming out. Die for me! Song Pingsheng shouted and slashed out with his sword. Boom! A strong manifested sword shot towards the white robe, looking like it wanted to kill Venerable Lun Yen with one strike. Just as the sword was about to stab into the white robe, a right hand suddenly emerged from the tear in space. That right hand formed a manifested palm. Dang! The sword energy stopped in midair as it was caught by the palm energy. What? Song Pingsheng's expression changed.